This is after the dredging presentation.
Okay.
And this is when we get to item 6 and 7 of the budget.
Okay. All right. It's going to be first.
Yeah.
And this is before anything.
Yeah.
That's his presentation outline?
Yes.
Okay, good. Great, thank you.
Up at the Northeast Bridge. Yeah. Here's the ironic thing, is the one that was built first will fit a 2-yarder right now.
Well.
And most of them only need slight modification. But there's a couple that need maybe different sizes. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about the width of the door of the opening.
Right.
Yeah, they're all.
I expect it to be a long evening. We got three pictures,
Concrete would be a lot more.
cups. Let's say they're thinking that we're the Park and Rec Open Space Technology Center.
She didn't want anybody after beach.
We're on time. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Please note for the record, all council members are present.
Anyone want to make any changes to the agenda?
Move adoption as is.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, before we start the agenda, I just wanted to report out there were 2 items on the closed session. The litigation item is still under discussion. On the city attorney, the council did give direction to staff to finalize the contract with our choice, and that'll be announced next Monday. Oral communications number 1. I have 1 slip. Michelle?
Michelle Salmon, Brisbane resident. I had really hoped that we would resolve the height of the dirt issue before the draft EIR came out, but I guess that's not going to be the case. But I really hope that we do resolve that, and soon, especially before we finalize the draft EIR, because I think it will have an impact on what's in the draft EIR, which I anxiously await tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of disappointed about that, and I just wanted to express that again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now maybe is a pertinent time to announce that they actually did arrive late this afternoon, the draft EIRs for the Baylands, and so they will be available tomorrow. Any other oral communications, things that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing no requests, therefore, we move on to the consent calendar. Anyone want to remove anything, or are we ready to go?
I move to approve item A and B.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. That moves us to the presentation we agreed to a couple weeks ago by Mr. Edwards on marina dredging.
The slides are up there. I guess you have them on your screen.
Yes.
We do?
Is this going to be visible?
Turn the lights down.
This is my focus slide. It's a picture I took of the marina early one morning. There's my boat right there. I'm Alan Edwards. I live in Palo Alto, and I've had a boat at Brisbane Marina in the same slip since 1989. The reason I'm here is because the marina needs dredging. And in talking to people about that over the years, there are really more questions than answers, I found. And so I've tried to answer these questions, and I think I do have answers for them. I have my agenda here list the questions I'm going to be going over and give answers. I want to say first, I was here 2 weeks ago. I spoke with Randy out in the lobby afterwards, and he made a very good point. He can't use the data and the numbers that I'm presenting for very good reason, and I wouldn't want him to, because what he presents to you, he's going to own. And what I present, you can't come after me. I mean, if I present numbers that are wrong and you say, hey, Alan, you're wrong, I'm going to say, wow, that's really interesting. So please ask questions, challenge what I'm saying. I've done a lot of work on this. I think these are right. The good side is I can be candid. I can tell you what I think it is. I'm not, I don't have to present any padding or anything, although I will say I have padded some things just out of... it's a hard habit to break.
Sure. Traumatization.
Too many years in business, I guess. So these are the questions that I think one would have in addressing that the marina needs dredging. And so the first question is, how deep should it be? Well, the answer is this is the last dredging document that you've all presented to get it, the dredging approved, the permit. It was 8 feet. That's the project depth. When the marina was initially built, it was 8 feet. So that's the answer. The marina should be 8 feet. So on 8 feet, this is a typical boat. It's a 6-foot draft. Some are less, some are more. And on a typical low tide. Some low tides are higher, some low tides are lower. So this is what it would look like going through the 8-foot channel. And here's what it really is right now. The shallowest parts are 6 feet. Now, you say, well, I see 2 or 3 inches under there. That's fine. That's not really fine. You need at least a foot under a typical boat. I guess power boats need maybe 3 feet under them, or they suck the bay up into their engines. So what happens is you can't go out on low tide. You have to wait for, in my case, a 1 foot tide. And that has an impact on when I can use my boat, when people can use their boats. I'll get into that. So why does it need dredging now? As this document says, to maintain navigable depth. You need at least a foot underneath the keel. And I'm going to give you some examples of that. I am on a crew of a boat that races throughout the year, and this winter he practices every Thursday. Every other practice had to be canceled because wasn't enough water to get out. I race my own boat. My crew likes to practice early Saturday morning so they can go on with their day. 60% of the days I can't schedule a practice because there's not enough water. Third example, I had a race the Saturday Memorial Day weekend in San Francisco. To get to that race, I'd have to leave by 9 o'clock. Couldn't leave by 9 o'clock. I would have had to leave at 4:30 in the morning. So I had to leave the night before, take my boat to Alameda. Well, it's 20 minutes shorter. I mean, I saved 20 minutes of Saturday morning time by having to stay overnight on my boat, which is an antique race boat. It's not very comfortable. So it really impacts people. And the impact is also that you're losing people, losing boats, and people are calling and saying, how much water? I need 7 feet. Well, there's only 6 feet. They don't come. So you have more attrition, less coming in. It's costing you money. You need to maintain your asset. So how much dredging is needed? In order to determine how much, we had to know how deep it was. So this is the chart on the left shows kind of purple tracks and blue tracks. We went out on 2 different days, and we took approximately 300 points of the depth of the marina to characterize it. And we did that with a depth sounder on a friend's boat. There were 3 of us that went out. And also a string with a weight on it and marks on the string every foot to compare. And we tossed that out, and we also did it at the slip, and they agreed. So that was a way of making sure we were pretty close within, some small amount. Now, if I'm off 3 inches, that might cost you $200,000. So it's good to get this right. I don't think I am, because that would mean you'd be dredging more than you did last time. And I was here last time, and it was a little worse Of course, a year from now it'll be a little worse than it is now. But I think the numbers that I came up with are very close. So just this little graph there, that shows you the channel. The red line is what the channel should be. Should be 8 foot deep, and those points are what we measured. That's what the channel is. So there's no channel. So how much dredging is needed? With those calculations, it's about 25,000 cubic yards in the channel, about 46,000 cubic yards in the basin. That's why we went back the second day when I found out through the rough calculations from the numbers I had the first day that most of the dirt was going to be in the basin, and we only had taken about 5 points in the basin. We went back and took a couple hundred points in the basin. We went up and down every fairway and took points every slip. So it's about 5,000 cubic yards a year that come into that marina, and is just the natural sediment rate, which is incidentally will come out to about $100,000 a year. So every year you delay, it's going to cost you more to dredge. This is a side point. So about the number I used was 76,000 cubic yards. I did a rough. It was a little confusing trying to figure out what that was going to cost. You know, looking online, looking at other harbors, and I couldn't come even close to the $3 million number that was being tossed around at the harbor master's office. So in the research, I found out that almost every marina of our size used the same dredging company. Oyster Point, Coyote Point, Oyster Cove, a bunch of those marinas around San Francisco. I mean, virtually all the marinas of our size use the same company. So I phoned them. I said, look, I've come up with these numbers. They said, well, those sound high. And they said, look, rather than answering a bunch of questions, we'll just give you a bid. So I have a bid, a written bid, for 76,000 cubic yards for our marina, which I've given to Randy. And it comes out to about $20 per cubic yard. And that's what they're proposing is basically a turnkey solution. That's virtually everything. It's the initial survey, which is 8 to 10,000. It's the environmental. They would put you in touch with an environmental lab who I also talked to, who turns out to be the lab that almost all these marinas use in the whole bay. All these people were great to talk to, very, answered questions I didn't even know I had. And and I've given the names to Randy as well. So that covers basically everything. There's $20 a cubic yards, except for the part that the marina is going to have to do, for example, moving the boats around. I put in $100 a boat. I was since told that most of these marinas, people move their own boats. I would certainly move my own boat. And then also the what do you call it? The
dock repair.
The big boat. The tugboat. The tugboat has big props, and in shallow water can throw quite a wave over. And if the docks are weak, it'll break some. And so they gave some guidance. It wasn't a lot of money, but if some of the docks are weak, they would have to be repaired. So that came to another $1 per cubic yard, basically to cover moving boats and typical repair of the docks. Now, if they hit a dock, that doesn't cost us anything. They'll cover it. There's another cost item, about $2 a cubic yard if you hire a consultant to kind of manage this, but I think you're pretty lucky. You've got an engineer, Randy. In talking to him, he's clearly knowledgeable on the subject. He can do that. You don't need to have a consultant. That would just be wasted time and money. So pretty much everybody I talked to said you don't need that, and with the capability you have in-house, I don't think that's an issue. So that comes to $21 per cubic yard, 76,000 cubic yards, $1.6 million, which is about half of the number that was being thrown around. So, and this does, there's a footnote there. It assumes the material is clean, not contaminated. There's no reason to think it's contaminated. Coyote Point wasn't contaminated. Oyster Point wasn't. Oyster Cove wasn't. Our channel 4 years ago was clean, very clean. So there's no reason to think that it would be contaminated. But if they find some samples, they would. The engineer told me he would take 8 cores, and if one of those showed up hot or contaminated, what they do is then they come back in and take a bunch more around it and try to make the area that's deemed contaminated small. And that cuts the cost. It takes a little time, which gets into the next slide, which is how long will it take? So to allow for this, probably about a year. And since you can only dredge from June to November, and this is June, a year is now, which means you need to decide to do this quickly, start the initial survey, get some numbers, decide if you're going to bid it or negotiate it. If it were me, I'd negotiate. I think you can probably get $1 off of this number that they put forward. That's just, like I say, I don't own that statement. It's just my feeling. That's $1 per cubic yard. So you'd need to move quickly. The permits for 4 to 6 months. Now, this is maintenance dredging. This is not. You're not building a new marina. You're not doing something different than is done not every day, but certainly every year in the bay. I mean, all of these marinas are dredged. Some of them are dredged every couple of years. Some of them, less often. I guess Alameda, they just are always dredging it, just continuously. So that nobody's going to tell you can't dredge this thing. It's just a standard thing. But you need to move quickly. And as I said, it's going to go up about $100,000 a year, even without inflation, because of the additional silting. And then the last thing is the environmental standards track the pollution in the bay. And as the pollution in the bay goes down, in other words, the bay is getting cleaner, they change the standards every year. And so as you're going down 15 years deep, you do run some risk. If the standards get cleaner than the dirt 15 years ago, there's a risk. So that speaks to moving quickly also. So the next question is, what is the cost of not dredging? So this graph is the occupancy rate of the marina. It's your data. I didn't make this up. It's going down about 1% a year. Now, that's kind of a mix, right? Because the small boats, there's a waiting list. They don't draw a lot of water. They don't care. They don't use the channel. They just turn left at the breakwater. So there's a waiting list there. Dock 1 maybe has some surge. It's real windy. Maybe you'll never fill those. But I don't see any reason why you can't have a lot more boats in say where I am. And so I did an informal, non-scientific survey, but it makes a point. And that's that Dock 3 North, the dock I'm on, here's the occupancy based on Google Earth photos. I counted the number of empty slips. 2000 was when the marina was last dredged, approximately. I don't know the exact date. And the occupancy there was very low. And it went up. In 2004, it was higher. 4 years later, it was pretty high. 2012, it came down. Now, I don't have a pointer, I guess, do I? Have a pointer? No. There's not really those are 4-year spacing. It's the last one 1 year, so it's come down really fairly sharply on my slip. Now, I didn't do the whole marina. I don't know if this is typical, but basically, the overall marina is losing 1%. You've got a third of the marina is not losing anybody as a wait list. So something's, you're losing people. So this with this, I could develop a model which answers one of the, not the last question, but nearly the last question. How often should the dredging be done? So you don't want to do it every year because you have some fixed costs. You have the environmental survey. You have moving the dredge equipment over. You have some fixed costs. You want to amortize that over a few years. But at some point, you start to lose revenue. And so you have a lost revenue area in the curve. And there's, wherever it is, there's a minimum there. There's a lowest cost per year if you dredge, I'm saying every 7 years. Maybe it's 8, maybe it's 9, maybe it's 6. But there's a minimum, and I would suggest that you dredge twice per permit. The permits are good for 10 years. Just plan on dredging twice per permit. And I think that'll produce the lowest cost over the long run to the city. You're clearly now off on the right. In other words, every year you wait, the cost per year is going up because you're losing revenue, and these boats come back slowly. They don't just all of a sudden come back. Not to mention the fixed $100,000, which is not necessarily a per year ding, but it is an additional cost of delaying this first time. But it's been like 15 years. It's just way too long. So the last question, what happens if dredging is not done? So suppose you decide, well, I can't afford it. So here's a case study, San Leandro Marina. They have wonderful things. They have more, it's a lot of nice things that we don't have here, as much as I love the marina here. They have a fuel dock, they have a restaurant, a hotel, a park, a boat launch ramp, nice restrooms, but they don't have boats because they didn't dredge. So you can see from this picture, it's just empty slips. There are a few boats there. A friend of mine went there. He says, those are the boats you probably can't get rid of and don't want. That's what's left. They're just, maybe boats with dead owners is what somebody was calling them, some of these. So you've been very quiet, didn't ask a lot of questions, but there's a lot of detail on the website I set up at SierraPointMarina.com, which was just set up for this, and I didn't want to make it too obvious, so there was a line item in there you click on to get to the dredging, and there's backup detail in there. And do you have any questions?
I was going to wait for you to finish.
I do actually.
We all have questions.
Okay. Oh, you go ahead.
Courtesy of finishing.
I've finished.
Okay.
Yeah, well, actually, I have questions of staff of some of the stuff that you brought up, Alan. And I don't know if they have this information readily available, but in regards to the 8-foot depth, and Randy, I'm going to ask you this. I somehow recall 9 feet was dredged last time back in the late 90s.
That's correct, sir.
Was 9 foot.
Yes, sir.
And was 8 foot the original depth or something?
That I can't answer. But certainly there is a decision that can be made by the owner of a marina as to what depth you want to provide to your clientele at low mean. And the impact of making those decisions is that there are some vessels, as Alan's pointed out, that would not be able to leave the marina. They might not be able to get out of slip. They might not be able to get down the fairways if you go to a certain depth. At certain lower depths, the larger sailboats that have the bigger keels on them get stuck. And also you find as well the larger power boats have to motor extremely slowly to make sure that they're not dredging up, they're not kicking up the sediment as they're moving along and sucking in into their cooling, which as was pointed out to me by some of our slip
Because I recall our dilemma last time was going from 9 to 12, and that the cost really magnified, and that's why we stuck with 9.
This is the permit from last time.
Yeah. Okay.
It says 8 feet. I don't know if there was a different one later or something.
How many yards did we take out last time, Randy? Do you know?
That I don't have at my fingertips, sir. Sorry.
Again, the permit says 80,000.
80,000. Okay.
So what you're talking about is quite comparable.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why, I feel reasonably comfortable with it. I was here last time. I ran aground last time. I put a sail up, sailed out, got in. By the time I was in the parking lot, there were, I think, 6 boats stuck in the channel.
Yeah.
I remember that there was a lot of drag, before it actually got done, and the permitting does take a while to happen. So, of course, I know that this is something that we're looking at addressing, but we do have, I guess, a protocol to go through.
No, yeah, sure. But other questions for Mr. Allen? Cliff, you have?
Yeah, I do. So how long ago was it when we did the last dredging?
Good.
It's been 15 years, sir.
It's been 15 years. Okay, so we did it 15 years ago, and we took out 80,000 tons.
Cubic yards.
Cubic yards.
Sorry. And so in your PowerPoint, you showed taking out 76,000.
Yeah.
Okay. But then in your presentation, you talked about doing it every 7 years.
Right, so you would take out less. It would be cheaper than every 7, it'd
Okay.
be more or less half the price if you took it out every 7 years.
Okay. So
And you
it's-
would have more revenue because you wouldn't be chasing boats out.
Okay. So, all right. So what you're suggesting is doing the 76,000, which was comparable to the last dredging.
Right.
And instead of waiting 15 years, do it in the half the time. And
Right, and it'd be roughly
take out
half the cost.
less. Okay. All right. And then, when you were looking at the San Leandro Marina, was it, I know you're making an assumption that the reason that they're not there is because of the dredging, but there are other factors, I'm sure.
I mean,
involved.
the fuel dock apparently you can't get to it. It's like dirt. It's really bad.
Okay.
They dredged. I think the friend told me the Army or somebody dredged up to the marina, and then they didn't dredge the marina itself. It's as if our channel had been dredged. You can get into it, and then there's like this sandbar, and you can't get in.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the time and putting the energy into this. I think it's important that people that use different parts of our town, become proactive, and I'm glad that you've reached out to Randy and you're here tonight. I think that shows that there's a lot of folks where you are, out at the marina, that really care about making the marina a better place, and it helps us to be better decision makers too.
I will say,
the community does talk.
I know way more about dredging than I ever wanted to.
No, thank you.
Jerry?
I wanted to thank you so much for coming and giving this presentation, because it shows that the people of the marina are concerned, and I know I've been in and out on boats that have dragged bottom and will just slip into the slip that you can get into, because you can't get all the way to the slip you want to go to. And I really appreciate the hard work and the thought that you've put into this, and you did a great job. I love the opening shot photo. I think it's good to know that while the permit takes a while to get, if we get a permit and ask for a certain amount of cubic feet, so you basically ask for more than you want at the moment, we can go back in on that same permit and do it again. And I think that's why Alan was suggesting that we get a permit for more than we really want to take today or next year. And then we can come back in, whether it's 7 years or 9 3/4 years, and come and get some of the extra back out so that we bring the depth back down to where we want it to be. And so that would help with the time lapse of the permitting process, and probably also with the cleanliness standards and all the things that make it more difficult as time goes on to get a permit. So I'm really happy to get this report, and I know you put a lot of time into it, and I really want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And coming out and taking the time to share your love of boating and show us what some of the issues that we're facing are, and how we may be able to find a workaround for them and a solution. So thank you.
Anything else?
I had one actually for staff, Alan. No, I appreciate you coming out, and I know you're down there a lot. Only time I'm down there is about every once in a while, and then I run into you. So
Yeah, I'm there a lot.
we're on the same dock.
It's
So
my passion.
yeah, Randy, what's your understanding of how the permit process works, or do you have one?
If you're asking about the timeline, 6 months is adequate.
6
I
months?
think by the time you went to the Dredging Maintenance and Management Office and got through Army Corps, I think it could be done within 6 months.
I guess the question is if staff has a suggestion of how to proceed on this, maybe we could
Well, I think probably it makes sense to bring this back to the facilities subcommittee, which has been dealing with the various issues relative to the Marina Capital Program, and then forward from there come back with a recommendation. I mean, I think there's obviously, I think there's all the issues that Councilwoman O'Connell has addressed in terms of how we can move this forward, but there's also kind of the whole issues in terms of how we finance it, and the various models and that we need to take a look at with regards to that, and also what that impact is going to have in terms of the marina and the rates. So I think all that kind of is one package that needs to be looked at comprehensively. So my suggestion would be to refer to your council subcommittee, and then we'll bring forward recommendation back to the full city council as soon as we can gather all that information together.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
One thing I have heard from people that I've talked to at the marina, and this was just certainly unscientific, and the people who want to come and chat about it, I think that if there is a definite benefit that people will see from dredging and from having a revitalized or a continued vitalization project at the marina, that people would be more willing to pay for that, as long as they see a benefit and a direct benefit to them and their experience at the marina. So not to say they want to take the full cost of what this is going to cost the city, but I think that there would be an openness to discuss that.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you guys do discuss it, yeah, like Clay had said, looking at all the financial means to help get the work done.
Stuart, or maybe Randy, if you know, what is our current occupancy rate right now?
89% today.
89?
Yes, sir. And and if it's of any value to you, I mean, it's really hard to compare marinas to marinas. They don't all have the same amenities. They don't all have the same distance to a lot of areas where people either want to sail or power to. But if you look down at Coyote Point, which was relatively recently dredged, their occupancy rate is at 79%. So I think part of our occupancy rate may be that we are relatively close to where folks want to be, and we also currently have slip rental fees that are below the median that you're finding within the Bay Area. So those things kind of combine. It's a complex issue as to figuring out how to set your rates and what sort of things people want.
We're what, about 5th or 6th lowest right now in the Bay Area?
I don't have the exact number on the number of marinas. I haven't gone through the data that I asked the harbor master pull. I mean, we are the 7th largest marina in the Bay Area, but of all the marinas in the Bay Area, we're below the mean for the pricing.
And I just lost my train of thought. I could be mistaken, I thought that the last time I was over at Coyote Point, I saw a lot of their boats in the mud, so maybe it was dredged fairly recently, because I think that was just about a year ago that I was there, and at low tide they were sitting down pretty low, but I could be mistaken.
It's when the low tide, when the sailboats are sitting over like this, it's really bad.
There's a link on this website to other projects in the Bay, and it has some dates of when places were dredged.
I had planned to look at your presentation in more depth, and we've been without internet for a few days here in Brisbane, so I apologize for not researching that further.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan, for your dedication.
So I wanted to also thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you've done to bring this to our attention and the kind of detail that you have. As my colleagues have said, we're very appreciative of that, and it'll help us in our decision-making processes. And I think this council has been committed to preserving and taking care of our major investments, and certainly the marina is in that category.
Well, thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
I had a slip from a Mr. Engel. Did you want to speak at this time? Looks like it's on the same subject.
It is. I didn't know Mr. Edwards was going to give a presentation, and this has been kind of on the radar a little bit. I'm Mike Engel. I have a boat on Dock 1 at the marina, and I got a phone call, and they said, maybe you want to come to the meeting and speak, because I've had some problems in dredging the bay with my boat, or the marina area. And I know, I guess at another meeting, a couple other people spoke to the mechanical difficulties to the boat when this happens. And so this is becoming an issue with me, and I just wanted to let you know, just from a private boat owner standpoint, besides those mechanical issues of engine problems and hull, et cetera, which you've heard about, for me, it's a usage issue, because now I require a 1 foot positive tide before I can go in or out. And at that, I hold my breath and watch the depth finder when I'm going out. And when you see it go below a foot, you just hold your breath. What this means is that there is about a 3 to 4 hour block that I cannot get in or out when it's a low tide. And like last Saturday, when we had this beautiful weather and all your friends and relatives and everybody's not working, it's on a weekend, and this is a time when you want to use this asset that you've spent your kids' retirement on and and spent all this time maintaining. So this is really our quality time, right? This is what it's all about. We had a negative tide of almost a foot on Saturday, early Saturday morning. I couldn't get out until 10 o'clock. So between about 5 o'clock in the morning and 10, almost a 5-hour period, I couldn't even get out. So what this means is it affects my usage, which affects, when I say usage, that means it takes me, my boat's slow. It takes me an hour and a half to get to the city, which is where we always want to go usually. So it means if we can't get away until 10 o'clock or so in the morning, we don't get to the city until noon. We don't have a lot of time because it's going to take another hour and a half to get back. And it starts to affect all your planning, just everything about your this leisure time or activity that normally should be just kind of a come and go as you please. It just doesn't exist anymore. So I just wanted you to be aware, and I know others in the marina involved in my area, because Dock 1 is bigger boats. A lot of people have started expressing this, and Mr. Allen or Edwards probably has the numbers, but I've been surprised at how kind of quickly this has transpired, because when I moved in almost 3 years ago, it wasn't an issue at all. And it wasn't until about a year ago it started to become an issue, and now it's becoming more and more. I really like the marina. I love being there. It has a ton of potential, and I really want to stay there. And so hopefully you can get this resolved. And I would say if it's silting in at the rate it is, if it gets another 6 inches or a foot, and I'm almost forced to do something. You can't stay. So it's kind of analogous to being, if I was in the city and I was renting, I'm paying a little under $4,000 a year for a slip. And if I was paying that amount at a parking garage to keep my car, and I showed up and they said, you can't take your car out between 6 and 10 o'clock, you'd be a little annoyed, right? So I think that's a little bit of frustration, at least with me, and I know others. So I just wanted to let you know, just from not a scientific standpoint, like Mr. Edwards was from, but just from an owner's standpoint, where I sit.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it. And I have a slip from Lynn Hanlon.
Thank you. Just a short, I won't take 5 minutes, but you're talking about, my husband and I have our boat at Brisbane. We moved there in 2009. We came from Kaiti Point after being there for 23 years. And we moved because they weren't going to dredge. There were shallow spots, and there was, frankly, a safety issue of moving in and out of the harbor. So this is a safety issue for all of the boaters. And I think your revenue is also a safety issue for your city. But it was interesting because I looked through some of your numbers in the budget, and it looks like you've listed that the marina has an estimated ending fund balance as of 7/1/13 of $2.7 million. Your estimated revenue for 13-14 is $1.5 million. This is just for the line item marina. And then your total available is 4.3. Now, your recommended budget this year is, for the new year, is 1.1. So that kind of gives you a 3.2 balance to spend. And with Alan's comment of a dredging of 1.6 million, it looks to me like you have enough money to do this before you lose any more revenue. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stuart, did you want to comment on those figures? That doesn't ring the budget, but...
So if you remember correctly, of that total balance that's in the marina reserves, a portion of that is owed by redevelopment.
Right.
So of that, and I'm not quite sure when we're going to get the money back from redevelopment, so it's not all held in cash.
Right.
There may be about $800,000 in cash in that fund. So, I mean, the numbers are reserves, but it's not all available in cash that you could spend today.
Yeah, it's a problem with looking at those budget numbers. They're not as much as they seem sometimes. Yeah, I know, right. Yeah.
Yes.
So we do have to, that's why we need to meet and figure out what the financial realities are. It's doubtful that we have any kind of funds sitting around, but we could certainly spread it over a number of years. So, you know, it's feasible. We have to figure it out.
Yeah, there's definitely some options for you guys to look at.
Right.
And the other thing is, because this is a presentation and it's not an agenda item for actual looking at the dredging, we can't really go into details about it. So this was more of an informational item to get us moving and to give us information so we know what direction we may need to go.
Yeah, no, I think it's been extremely helpful because we had a lot of presentation about some of the deterioration on the docks, and Mr. Hendricks, I'm sure a lot of you know, was here giving us a lot of information on things that are maintenance problems that need to be addressed. And so we were pretty well informed on that over the last some months, but no, he didn't bring up dredging. So this sort of completes the whole picture for us of the whole variety of maintenance issues that we have to face and figure out how to finance all this in a reasonable way. So it's very helpful. So we have the whole picture now, which we didn't have before.
In our capital budget, we currently have slated, I think, is it 2017 was the dredging?
Yeah, that was the report from the previous harbor master who had projected at that time 2007.
Right, and so now it just is a matter of us taking a look at it as a subcommittee with staff and engineer, city engineer and everything like that, and do whatever the appropriate testing we need to do, and then possibly pull that date in and find out what our funding mechanism is going to be.
I would just say that, you know, that just hopefully for everyone's comfort level is that in the Brisbane Marina, there's never been a question of whether we would dredge again. Right. It's just been a matter of when it was scheduled.
When. Right.
So we totally...
So the people here this evening are saying sooner is better.
I think that's what I heard.
We get the message.
There was also comments brought up previously that fixing the docks before doing the dredging might be the wrong way to do it, because dredging does have the capabilities of damaging some of those, you know, the flotation devices under the dock. So again, it's something that I think the facilities subcommittee is going to need to get together with the city engineer and figure out a way to commingle the repairs that and the maintenance that need to be done.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to note that in the CIP budget that the council is going to see later this evening, we are recommending the $10,000 to do the bathymetric study so we can get the survey done, get it updated, get validated numbers for the channel, for all of the fairways, so that we can be sure that we have a good handle on those existing depths. And I think that will really help to inform us better, not only on the volumes, but also on the urgency of doing the dredging. So in other words, we'll be able to make good decisions based on the vessels we have out there, based on the amount of draft they have. We'll be able to say, which vessels is this really impacting, how much is it impacting, and that'll help, I think, the council and the subcommittee make a decision as to how soon dredging should be done.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, we are moving ahead. Okay. Seeing any other requests for comment, let's move on to our budget workshop, which is the big agenda item for this evening. And we have a lot of departments to cover. And so, Stuart, or Clay, who's going to sort of manage this whole thing?
I was just going to move to the next department, which I believe is fire. So the next slide probably says fire department. And it does. So it was amazing. I'll let Ron.
You mean the fire chief is actually going to deal with the fire department?
That's what I thought.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. All right. Go for it.
Oh, thank you. Any questions that I can answer regarding the budget?
Good deal. Keep up the good work. No.
Thanks.
I do have a question, Ron. When do you expect for us to do, I know we've been putting money aside in kind of a sinking fund for capital equipment costs and mainly fire truck. When are we due to replace our current engine?
Actually, the replacement fund that you see in our operating budget is for smaller equipment.
Okay.
Set aside money for fire apparatus is something that would be done in a different way. But we are probably midway through. I'm trying to think the age of the particular frontline engine, but we have two issues going on. The reserve engine is way past being replaced. We're looking to come up with a solution for that, which might be that when we replace an engine in another part of the organization, we're going to move it over here and make some arrangement to make it the reserve here and eliminate the one that is way overdue for replacement. And then that'll allow us some more time on the frontline engine, which is probably, I'd say, 7 years away. How many? About 7 years away from replacement. So that'll give us some lead time. And if you were to note in our budget under equipment maintenance, there were some times in there where we had some pretty big expenditures for equipment. That was being spent on a reserve engine primarily. So we've made some major expenditures towards keeping that alive when we need to quit doing that. And so we're looking at coming up with a different solution to fix that, not keep putting money into something that isn't worth putting money into. But for right now, that's how we sit.
Okay. Thank you.
So just for the sake of the audience, particularly the TV audience, would you give a sense of the total size of your budget and how many people, firefighters we have, in Brisbane on a 24-hour basis, and then the kind of backup that we have through the Joint Powers Authority? That would be very helpful, I think, just kind of general information.
Great. So the North County Fire Authority, which involves the three cities of Brisbane, Daly City, and Pacifica, on a daily basis, the city of Brisbane has one station, one fire company, the staff of 3 firefighters that are paramedic capable. And the whole North County Fire Authority runs 9 fire companies throughout, and then we respond where needed within each of those agency jurisdictional locations. So there's a really good plan, not only for North County Fire Authority, but in this whole county, where we move and cover with paramedic, engine, and ladder truck companies throughout the county to help each other out, which probably has kept the cost down across the board for all cities in the county here because of the sharing and the moving. The budget for the Brisbane portion of North County Fire Authority is approximately $2.3 million, and that covers primarily the salaries and benefits of the firefighters, and then the operating costs associated with maintaining and supporting them in what they do each day.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Yeah, and I guess the total number of firefighters would be 3 on each day. There's 3 platoons or 3 shifts, so there's a total of 9 firefighters available to staff that station.
On a weekly basis, 24/7.
Exactly. They're working shift schedule, so there's always coverage there. And then a relief crew comes on, and there's 3 of those shifts that relieve each other. And so every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's people on duty responding.
Okay.
I have one more
Go
question.
ahead.
Ron, this is something, I'm kind of learning about, and I'm sure the rest of the council doesn't know about, and is with the communications and how all that works and kind of what's in the works. Can you just kind of give an update to everybody on what's going on with that and how it functions now and what we're kind of looking at down the road?
Sure. There was a thing that came about some years ago, and it was a move having to do with spectrum, radio communication spectrum, and changing that spectrum, or what's called narrow banding. The frequencies that the fire service used needed to move away from those other frequencies that existed, and it's somewhat complicated, but we needed to move off of that. So we came up to the deadline, and one of the good things that this council was involved with, as well as the other councils, is that under North County Fire Authority, we were successful in getting a grant, I believe it was 2 years ago, for about $425,000, which covered the cost to change out, due to narrow banding, the station alerting systems for each of the fire stations in North County, which was about $25,000 to $30,000 if we paid for it per station that the grant covered. And as well as it had to replace outdated handy-talkie radios and mobile radios in the apparatus that we use out on the fire ground. Across the county, one of the things we've been doing with is there's that issue that each fire agency had to work on. But then back 15 years ago now, when the paramedic program came into place, all of the jurisdictions trying to make it work at the lowest cost possible pretty much just moved away from joint dispatch centers, but also put money together and also gave up in kind hardware, we'll call it, repeater sites, locations where we can put in the repeating capabilities, and really it was done for no cost. And over the years, 15 years later, there really wasn't a lot of focus put on, because we were trying to keep the paramedic program cost effective, at looking at how we were maintaining this system up and down the peninsula for radio communications. So now that everyone's going to spend money to go to a new system for station alerting and then have their radios able to receive transmits, we're at the point where we have to look at that whole system in terms of how it's supporting all this new change. And through the JPA, the ALS JPA, we're analyzing that. In fact, we're going to look to have a consultant come in and really look at where are all the sites and how are we maintaining those, and what's the proper amount of money on an annual basis to maintain all of that, as well as putting set-aside money to replace repeater towers and those locations where we have repeaters and battery backup systems. And there's a whole network that is really quite large when you really start looking at 21 cities and all of the components that went in to take 21 agencies at the time, which now has dropped down to about 9 through consolidation, but still using the same radio system. We're working to make sure that we are going to be in a good spot to continue moving forward. So it's kind of complicated on the communication side, but we're moving in the direction of making sure that we're doing the right thing as it relates to maintaining that system now and into the future.
Important feature. So I thought, good, so everybody kind of knows what's going on, and that's whole county-wide, so.
Right.
Yeah, but we're a big piece of that puzzle, so.
Right.
And like Ron says, we were fortunate to get that grant, because a lot of the other jurisdictions didn't get the grant.
We're the only one in the county, and as that is, we're the only ones that have changed over right now. All of the other cities are still putting money aside and moving it over, trying to create capital budgets to fund. Like I say, the cost was almost $30,000 a fire station, and we have 9 fire stations. So that grant came in very, very useful, and we were very fortunate to get a grant. So we are the first agency to have done all of the work necessary to change over to the new narrow banding and the spectrum that exists. The other agencies are now in the midst of making that happen over the next year or so.
Could that, just out of curiosity, could that create some communication problems in the meantime?
No, we actually are able to work off of both. At one point, when we make the link, in fact, the JPA just passed some dollars to allow for hardware to interface between the new system and continue with the old system. So we actually simultaneously will be able to operate once that money is spent to interface the new. You can be operating off both systems until there's a complete changeover for the old to the new, and we'll both just be working simultaneously.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, no, it is.
All right.
Yeah, and I think really a lot of other jurisdictions now are going with the North County fire model, as it seems. Yeah, I think we were probably the first in the county. And you want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. I'll say, because most of us here were around when we put this together, and it started in 2001 and really came together in 2003, way before we had the current economic issues that we face today. And so we did it at a time when it was really about looking at efficiencies, but it started saving between all the agencies. Year after year, we've been saving millions of dollars in reducing and creating economies of scales. And over the years, it's become really a lot of good beneficial reasons for it. Training together, working together, policy and procedures the same, acting as one North County Fire Authority agency. And when things got very tough, you have a choice. You either merge with an agency, or you consolidate, or you share. And now the model that we've kind of put together, I probably have been throughout the state probably to 12 to 15 different agencies to help them talk about doing what we do. And then alone in this county, that's where I say we've gone from 21 to probably about 9. There's only 9 fire chiefs that sit in a room now, because they've all consolidated and they're all representing more than one city and in various stages of putting their organizations together, similar to us. I would say that probably maybe in the next few years, you could end up with 3 agencies in the county, and I don't know that we'll ever end up with one agency, but you could end up with 3 agencies, a north, central, and a south, doing what we're doing, and driven primarily because of the ways that you can look at saving dollars, and those are really tough to come by right now.
And South San Francisco seems pretty prime right now to join us. I don't know what the logistics of that would be, or the politics.
Well, like we always say, we have to have a willing partner. Yeah. But we, over the years, we've had there's been a lot of inquiry into possibly looking at becoming part of North County, and that's one of the benefits of our JPA, is that anybody can become a part of it with approval of the members of the JPA. So, when you find that other partner, then we kind of do the due diligence about looking at if they want to be a part of this. So we shall see.
And that probably never would happen with Colma because they're a fire district. Is that?
It really wouldn't matter that they're a district. Like I say, I think it sometimes just has to do with, people's wanting to have, the toughest thing about this is you feel like you're losing autonomy and control. When you actually do it, you really aren't. You're still performing for any agency, jurisdiction, or community. It actually, I see it being completely different. I don't think you lose any of it. In fact, I think it's kind of like you talk with us, and when you want something or you need something, then we're performing. And so I think that's one of the first things that becomes difficult in all this discussion is people tend to think maybe they're losing either political or some other kind of control over their fire department, when in fact that's really not the case. We it doesn't really work out that way. But it wouldn't matter whether it's a district, because everybody pays their piece. They fund their level of fire protection in their community. If whatever you choose to have in your community, we would advise you whether that's a good choice, bad choice. But ultimately, you make a decision on what the funding level would be for your community, and then we carry that out and execute that. So it wouldn't matter what kind of agency you wanted to be a part of it. We'd find a way, make it work, if it even made sense for it to work.
Very good. Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
I have a couple of questions. Do you all have any?
No? Okay.
No, I'm very pleased that the budget has remained consistent from last year, and I think that you guys do a great job, and we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
I had a couple.
You got?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Go ahead. I thought you.
No, I was just saying if Terry did.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
I took the questions first when we had Alan before. So, good evening, Chief Myers. On page 74, under equipment rental at the bottom, so the rental equipment is the temporary station.
Yes.
And so the last couple of years, we've contributed $14,000 per year for that temporary facility. Nothing's changed in the budget, though. It would be nice to kind of get us to a point where we're not renting the station anymore and actually fixing our fire station. So, I know you guys have been working on that too.
Right.
Give us a little update on where you see perhaps a solution.
Well, together with the council's subcommittee and the city engineer and the fire department, that we have met and talked about what it would take to make that fire station productive again. I think everybody's intention is to get that back to a point where we don't have to rent temporary buildings. So we're in the midst of trying to come up with what would the solutions be so that we could go back in there and then not spend a ton of money and then not be able to be in the fire station. So we're analyzing that, and I think that as you go, one of the capital items I believe tonight covers this and will be talked about a little bit more. But we have looked at ways to see if there's something that can be done over there. But I think the interest is that we get back into that fire station, and for the time being, it's probably the best location. If something were to change down the road due to the Baylands, due to whatever things come there, which may be quite a ways down the road, but we probably should just be putting that fire station back into service if it makes sense and we can find a solution. So we're working hard in that direction. I just think it's a matter of the subcommittee and with our input and their input, and then maybe we come back to the council with a solution at some point.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, could I just piggyback on that? On page 76, there's an item there, 53100, called improvements, and I'm assuming when it says repair and renovation of Station 81, that's our station?
That's correct, and that was done, I think, back when we first made the move there. We had to spend $5,000 in order to accomplish having those temporary buildings there. Right. And as you'll see, we don't have any more money in the budget for that.
But what I was concerned about was if anybody actually opens and reads that, they think, oh, zero, we're not going to do anything about the fire station because there's zero money there. And we all know that that's going to be in the capital improvement part. But I would like to suggest that, even for when we pass a budget, a week from now, that there be a little footnote there, for, fixing, remodeling, renovation of the station, see capital improvement budget or something like that, so it doesn't look to somebody who's just looking at this page that we're not going to do anything.
Put an asterisk by the zero and then footnote.
Because we are going to do something.
And we're making a note of that right now. So we'll do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I just have one more question. In regards to the sinking fund replacement, so on the page 68 that shows actual expenditures and then also the approved budget. So in 2011, we're at almost $12,000, and then we budgeted in 2012, 2013, $20,500, and then so for this year we're looking at $20,500.
Right. That was the low time in the budget. We had to make cuts, so we chose, instead of touching the operating funds above, to not put as much away in the replacement funds, and so it was the best choice of bad choices. And so the 20,000 we got back to what we've had. We really would like to put more than that in it, but we're kind of ramping up as the budget gets better. We'll look to put more money aside, and that's similar in all three of the jurisdictions. We've all had that same issue come up where when you had to make cuts, we had to look at that and pushing off some of those expenditures into the future. But we've caught back up now, and that's why there's the 20,500 in for this year.
Okay, and so with the last year coming to a close, you think that you probably will have spent close to that 20,000?
We don't spend any of it. We put it away into a fund, and there is a whole different depreciation cycle with a whole list of items like personal protective equipment, turnouts, hose, ladders, SCBAs, which cost about $5,000 for one unit. All of that, we're putting away money, and we have it all laid out that in the year that we'd need to replace it. So this money builds up until we get to that date that it looks like we need to replace it either by regulation or wear and tear, and then we're able to come. We don't have to come to you and say, oh man, we didn't plan this year. We need $100,000 for something we didn't plan for, didn't know was going to happen. We're trying to contain it within that replacement fund, and then go through and in the appropriate years when it comes up, make sure we have enough money there to be able to replace a whole host of items. So it should be that when we get to a particular time frame, and where we've gotten really lucky on this is in the years that we couldn't put as much money in, like for example last year we got another grant which was almost $500,000 that bought brand new turnouts that we didn't have to tap into our replacement fund for it. We bought upgrades to our SCBAs, which will save us from spending $5,000 for probably about 150 self-contained breathing apparatus.
Wow.
And so all of that has really helped us in the years when we couldn't contribute or had to cut to at least stay on par, pretty close to, but not falling too far behind due to inflation and the other kinds of things.
That's a good explanation. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. I have a couple of, unless you have, Clark?
No, I'm good.
I have a couple just minor clarification questions. On page 73, up at the top, it has this, in that section there, the last line says 1 year savings minus $20,000. It's not clear where that comes from and what it's related to.
I'm not sure either. It looks like it becomes zero, but Stuart, can you answer that?
Stuart explained that one to me already, so.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
You saw that too.
I had a meeting.
Where did that come from? Yeah.
Sure. This is based on the fact that we are part of the North County JPA. The economy of scale allows us to save money in this category, but there's not any particular item that we can identify going into the budget year, which how we're going to save that money, but we just know throughout the budget year that we will have savings in the large category of equipment maintenance, because we have this economy of scale of being with 2 other agencies. So there's no particular item that I can point to and say we're going to save $20,000, but we just know based on where on being with the North County Fire JPA that we know we will spend less than we would have if we were on our own.
So it's sort of like giving us a 5% discount for paying cash, or
that's
kind of.
It's that, and it's it's the savings that we get because of the management that they have available to them, having the number of deputy chiefs that are able to do more research than we would be able to do on our own, having the fire chief who has broader look toward for things that are needed in Daly City, that are needed in Pacifica. So if we need to buy things, we can buy it in bigger bulk. I mean, all those kinds of things help us. And the 20,000, there's no real identifiable saying, this is going to be cheaper, that's going to be cheaper, but we just know over the course of the year that we would save $20,000, and we're not going to spend more than $44,000 for that item, collectively for all those items.
So to give you a little more perspective, because this is just like the gravy of North County Fire Authority is at $20,000, but by sharing the way we do and operating, consolidating, your total cost that you pay to be a part of North County Fire Authority is only $270,000, which is less than what I make salary and benefits, which probably shouldn't have said that, but but it gives you a perspective that if you were going to hire battalion chiefs, fire marshals, training chiefs, fire chiefs, deputy chiefs, you would never do that. But if you just were trying to hire one person to run your fire department, you wouldn't be able to probably get one person that can do all those things, have 24-hour battalion chief coverage. So that gives you some perspective of why people are looking at going to this model of sharing and splitting up our time and our efforts between multiple number of agencies. And then you get the if something happens in Brisbane, you get the full force of our organization coming into Brisbane to work on a problem or an emergency.
Okay, so this, on page 74, the $270,000 you are referring to?
That's correct. That's what
that basically is really fire administration? Is that what
that's basically your cost of the overhead side of paying for all the things you get that is contained within all those chief officers, clerical support, fire prevention.
Yeah, the administration,
exactly.
The whole administration that we don't have anymore, just in Brisbane.
Right, and then some, the benefit of all the rest of it.
Right, got it. Okay. So, anybody have any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
We're happy with what you're doing and with the budget.
Thanks.
And the other chiefs are sitting there going, wow, we didn't have to answer anything.
Hopefully it's a pointer, not a taser.
Yeah.
Have that too.
Now we welcome the police chief.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yes. This evening I have the pleasure of reviewing with you the police budget. We'll start with, there's 3 things that have changed from last year's budget. We'll start with the we eliminated 1 office position and we added 2 police officers. And I'll get to the additional budgeted item for a police car towards the end of the presentation. So I'd like to start with you briefly giving you a historical perspective on where we've been with staffing. So questions to consider. How were we staffed in the past? Where are we now? What does fully staffed mean? And how do we get there? As you can see, actually that full staffing should be 19. And out of those 19 of the entire police department, 16 were sworn. And that last year that we were fully staffed was fiscal year 2008 and 2009. So we had a police chief, an administrative assistant, a commander, 4 sergeants, 10 officers, a records clerk, and a community service officer. I'd just like to touch briefly on some of our specialty positions. When we were fully staffed, as you can see, we had a few specialty positions. So I wanted to touch a little bit on those and what value they provide to not only the organization but to the community. And you can see the specialty positions are the 2 canines, the traffic position, the detective, and the school resource officer. So I'll start with the canines. The canines are truly an amazing service dog. They have proven to be immeasurable service to our organization and to our community. They help catch criminals in a timely fashion because of the strong tracking capabilities they possess. They're the first to sense danger and relate that to their handler and the other officers. Their presence helps deter crime. They save man-hours by their assistance on calls for service, and they're like having another officer on the street. Now, I worked most of my career here in Brisbane, always working with a canine and their handler. And I can tell you that I can't tell you how many times that they really provided a benefit to us out on patrol, especially when we were working at minimum staffing. Another specialty position that's of value was the motor position. We had a motorcycle officer who was able to just address a lot of our community traffic concerns, many of those being our busy intersections, working the stop signs, and also working our busy Bayshore Boulevard with speeding vehicles and Mission Blue, our marina area. It was much easier for a motorcycle to get in and out of traffic safely during those busy times, commute times, than it was for a patrol vehicle. The other specialty position was the school resource officer. If you recall, after the Columbine High School shooting back in 1999, there was a need to provide police officers on campus in order to make our campuses a safe environment for our children to be able to learn. So we incorporated our first school resource officer position in 2000, or school resource officer program. The position allowed us to have an officer dedicated to working with the school administration at BES, Lippman, and our 3 high schools, which were Jefferson, Oceana, and Terra Nova. The school resource officer provided school safety on campus by being visible and present at the schools and really building that relationship between the school administration and the students. The school resource officer became such a part of the daily routine of being at the school. They were really able to identify those children that had behavioral issues and be able to provide some intervention or just as a mentor. They also played a huge part in the bullying prevention program at the schools and being able to identify those students that may need some immediate attention. But besides being a school campus officer, the school resource officer really was a huge part of the community. He or she was able to really identify with the kids in our community by being at the teen center, after school programs, to shooting some hoops with the kids, and really have the opportunity to connect with the kids in our community. And along with that, he or she was a great resource to a lot of the parents. I was the very first school resource officer with the City of Brisbane, so I would get calls on an everyday basis from a lot of the parents that just had some concerns about something going on with their kids. It's a really difficult age when they're in those teenage years, so they just wanted to be reassured what they were doing was okay or what kinds of things they should be looking for. So they were a great resource for many of the parents in our community as well. And the last specialty position that I wanted to touch on was the detective position. Now, this one is a true value to the organization because it allows officers to respond to an incident or a report, take the initial report, and then forward it to the detective for all of the follow-up. A lot of these cases can be very lengthy follow-up cases that need sometimes the assistance of having to go out of our jurisdiction to be able to provide the evidence needed to prosecute a case. So by the officer taking the initial report and referring it to the detective and letting him handle the follow-up work, it allowed the officer to stay in town and be still a part of our community and be invisible and respond to other calls for service rather than sitting behind the desk and doing all the investigative work. So I hope I was able to provide you just a small glimpse of how important these specialty positions are of value to our organization and to our community. Now, I'd like to show you what our current staffing is. Our current staffing is 13 total in the organization, and 11 of those are sworn. So we have a chief of police, myself, commander. We have 4 sergeants. We have 5 officers, a records clerk, and a community service officer. So we're down to 11 sworn. What does that mean? We're currently operating at 69% of our staffing. We eliminated the administrative assistant position. As most of you knew, our executive administrative assistant, Maggie McHugh, retired last year. And when prior to her retirement, she was out on leave for a period of time. We then distributed her responsibilities amongst myself, Commander Meisner, and our records clerk, Jeanette. So when she gave her retirement notice, I felt there was a need to not fill that position, but swap it out with a police officer position instead, because I felt that was a better value for the organization, for our community. So the shifts are at minimum staffing levels. We are committed to essential job functions, so the basic everyday patrol operations, and officers have mandatory overtime. That's on a daily basis. We're filling many of the shifts in overtime.
And the minimum staffing levels are?
Minimum staffing levels are 2 officers, which one being either a supervisor and an officer, and they are 12-hour shifts, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So budget year 13-14, our current budget year you have in front of you. Refill 2 officer positions. What does that mean? It means reducing overtime, reducing sick leave, reducing workers' compensation incidents, reestablish proactive policing, more reactive to community concerns such as parking and traffic issues. Consider restaffing a specialty position such as a detective, a traffic, or a canine. Where would that put us? Adding 2 officers would put us at 13 sworn, and with still our 2 non-sworn being our records clerk and our community service officer. How would we deploy those additional positions? We would put them out on patrol to provide some relief to the current officers that have been working a lot of extra hours and to provide more service to our community. Budget year 2014, when we talked about how do we get there, we would consider refilling additional officer positions, consider restaffing some of those specialty positions. We would then, of course, it would all depend on assessing the effects of the expansion of the Northeast Ridge, evaluate the status of the Baylands project, and consider future staffing needs. So back to the changes from last year's budget to this year's. We eliminated the 1 office position, which was the administrative executive assistant. We added 2 police officers, and we budgeted $36,000 for a new police car due to change in the model to be purchased. And I'm going to now let Bob talk a little bit about the police car dilemma. He's been doing most of the research, and it's not only our department, but it's most of the departments in California that are facing the change in police cars. So I'm going to pass it on to Bob, and then we'll continue forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Commander?
I'll try to make it this as brief as possible, but I think it's worth going back a little bit historically to see how we manage our fleet. Our goals, of course, are to maintain a safe, reliable fleet at the most cost-effective and consistent way possible. And historically, we would purchase 1 vehicle a year, and then every other year 2 vehicles. We'd run the vehicles up to about 60,000 miles, and at one time we had 7 patrol vehicles. But through technology and the way cars are running these days, we found that we could do with a little less. We reanalyzed what our usage was, and now we maintain a fleet of 6 cars, and we run them up to about 80,000 miles. And it's about 80,000 miles where we start to see wear and tear that would cause some safety issues and some reliability issues. That may seem a little low, but 80,000 police miles are quite a bit different than 80,000 regular miles. So we see a lot of problems starting to creep up at 80,000 miles. So last year we didn't have a car in our budget due to the budget constraints. We're still doing okay, but we're going to need a car this year. Now the problem that Lisa, the chief, alluded to was that the Crown Victoria, which has been the staple police car for over a decade in the United States, is no longer available. There's 3 primary vehicles that are in the market now. Ford has come out with a new vehicle, Chevy has a vehicle, and Dodge has the Charger. The Ford vehicle, which is what we're going to pursue purchasing, is slightly more than the base model Crown Victoria, But the big issue with the increase is that the stuff that's in the Crown Victoria won't fit in the new car. So a lot of the equipment will switch over, but a lot of the equipment won't. The cage, the molded seats, and the box and whatnot that holds the laptops and such. So that's the reason that it's an increase of about $7,000 from what we'd normally ask for in purchasing a vehicle. Do you have any questions?
Didn't Ford consult with you before getting rid of the Crown Victoria?
I don't know. I wish they would have.
I mean, they didn't obviously didn't talk to police departments about that. It was probably what was the decision on that, to come up with something more economical with a less...
I think they were under some constraints regarding mileage and safety constraints where they had to retool the whole design. And Crown Victoria design is certainly kind of an outdated model, as we've seen. Cars these days are just being more compact and better fuel mileage wise. And you're right, they didn't give us much fair warning. The last production year was 2011, and everybody hoarded the Crown Victorias and stockpiled them because there really wasn't a new solution until this year.
That the whole, I've seen a couple of them. I think Daly City's purchased a few, and the whole light bar, they're narrower and they're shorter, and I mean, it looks like almost like a hybrid in a way.
Right. The Fords look awful like the Taurus, are based on that. We're going to try to reuse a lot of that equipment that you've seen on Daly City's cars. So we're not doing a complete swap out. We're going to try to mitigate the cost as best we can to use the light bars and some of the equipment. So you won't see that change on our cars, but we definitely need to move to a new model.
Well, I had the opportunity of talking with Clay today, and we happened to be standing over in the corner there where I guess one of the newer cars got rear-ended.
That's right.
And chances are we might be getting a new car out of that also. Is that a fact? Or?
Right. We're still working with the insurance, the person who hit us, their insurance company and our insurance company, to resolve that, and we'll be replacing that car. That was a car that was brand new with 4,000 miles, so it's a car that we anticipate being in the fleet for several years. So that's not the vehicle that we're talking about in this year's budget. So, but we will be working by the end of hopefully within the next 3 to 6 months, resolving that issue as well.
What a shame.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. So, after, say, 80,000 miles, the car needs to be replaced. Does the car go on auction, or how do you recoup some of those costs? Because I would imagine there'd be some people that would be interested in purchasing the car.
That's right. The cars are all brought to public auction. Taxi companies primarily are interested in them, and it ranges dramatically on what we get for them based on condition, but anywhere it's not a lot. It's between maybe $2,000 and $4,000 generally recoup on an auction sale.
All right. And those auctions are open to the public, or are they like special ones that are only for police cars or government cars?
They're public. They're not just for government. It's not a government auction, in other words.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, we got about 3 or 4 in town. Not from Brisbane. But
No.
Yeah.
And depending on the condition, with the lack of availability of the new, of the Crown Victoria, it may be that other agencies, instead of just the local cop wannabe, will be interested in those vehicles too, and may drive the pricing up, or may drive it down.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, and don't know, maybe for both of you, however you've allocated responsibility here. But I'd like you to give a little history as to when the K-9 program ended, and I take it, even though you love to have it, it's not really recommended that we reinstitute that in this budget year. not a part of the proposal as I've seen anyway. And yet you spoke very highly of it, and I remember when I was on the council before, I remember the K-9 program. Chief Hitchcock was a big fan of that. So I'm wondering, should we really think about that sooner rather than later, I guess?
Well, the program was instituted, I remember, I think it was 1992, and I may be off a year. And we were very gracious for the donations that Arthur and Elena Court from Arthur Court Designs and Larry Purcell from Purcell Murray, they provided the donations for the purchase of the dogs and the training of the dogs, which is a month-long training.
Which is not cheap, is that right?
Correct. Back then, I'm thinking maybe $12,000 to $15,000 for the purchase of the dog, and then 1 month of training, the cost of the training. We incurred the cost for the officer being away for 1 month with the dog for the training. So they paid, actually, there were 6 dogs that went through the program, and the last 2 dogs were Sergeant Jackson's dog, which was Inca, and that she retired. She's been retired 3 years, but I think even prior to that 1 year, her dog had already gone out due to some hip displacements. And then the other dog on the other shift was Officer Michelle Borg, and she had Uran. And he also, and again, German Shepherds have genetically some hip, problems. So her dog had retired about 6 months prior to his passing. So since then, we haven't had the K-9 program. So we were hoping that with the economy beginning to improve, that we could solicit some donations from some of our local businesses and re-implement the program. So that would be the ideal. The plan would be to really see who would be interested in sponsoring a K-9 program so that we can re-implement it. Because truly, in a small organization as ours, it really is a value to the organization. It's like having another officer on the street. Mm-hmm. So yes, we would love to re-implement the program. It's just going to be, it's costly, and we realize that. And besides those, there's also other costs that in the budget that we had taken out, which is the cost we pay for the cost of the food. We also give the officers an incentive by providing them so many of comp time hours a month for the maintenance. They take that dog home, they bathe the dog, they provide for the dog when the dog's not at work with the handler. So there's some other underlying costs that were in the budget prior, but currently are no longer now. So yes, it is something we'd like to re-implement, and we hope that as the economy improves, we can solicit some funding from some of our businesses.
Okay. It sounds like an idea worth pursuing to me, anyway.
Yes.
I had another idea too, which you didn't talk about, because I've had, and you've heard, a number of concerns of people about sometimes a lot of people in the community park, and particularly on weekends, sometimes big parties, sometimes get a little out of hand. Not bad, but a little. And a lot of the minor things that from a professional police point of view, but from a citizen point of view, is annoying. People who don't really pick up their dogs' deposits and who let them run free. And I've had a number of mothers concerned about some of the questionable characters that are sitting around in front of the restrooms and so forth. And so I began to think, people were saying, well, what can you do about that? Well, it doesn't seem to me that you want to spend a lot of time of a fully trained police officer wandering around in the community park and checking on things like that. But maybe it might make sense to have the lower level PSAs that we have, let's say at the marina overnight, I think. People on some kind of a random check-in here and now on the weekend would make a presence, and just to make sure that people know that we're paying attention and we do care that those rules and regulations are actually enforced. And the only way people feel comfortable doing that is that somebody shows up every now and then. And it would seem to me that would be a more cost-effective way of doing it, rather than having a full uniformed trained officer do that sort of thing. Anyway, that was an idea, and I just wanted to kind of throw it out there and see what you think.
When you talk about the police service aides, and I think we changed the name to public service, is that correct, Randy?
We're in the midst of revising the job description under the Marina to be public safety aide.
Public safety aides.
Public safety aides.
Right. And generally their hours are specifically the evening hours for the Marina.
Right.
And they're limited to what they can and cannot do. And some of the training they go through are just basic training on just observe and then contact the police. When you observe something that's out of the ordinary, do not contact, do not approach. They're not trained to deal with those kinds of different types of behavior. And I know Clay and I also discussed it briefly, maybe considering doing having a seasonal, a seasonal position where it would be somewhat maybe like a community service officer, something that would be, you could commit to the Saturdays and Sundays, and that you could do some additional training where you're training them how to deal with parents or how to deal with individuals. Because clearly when you're approaching parents to talk about whether their children are misbehaving, it's a very touchy subject, and people become very defensive. So we want to make sure that anybody who's making those kinds of contacts are trained and have good personal skills and know how to respond and how to react and when to call for assistance, because we clearly don't want to put individuals that don't have the training in a position where their safety is subjected. So that might be something we consider to do, or look at something more of a part-time seasonal where we can have them dedicated to address those concerns, where they can even get on the radio and contact for police assistance.
First,
right,
something
right.
serious comes up. Yeah.
Or surely I can discuss with Randy as we are doing some reorganization of the police service aid. Maybe we can discuss and look into that. But it would have to be a training specifically to address those issues.
Right. So are my colleagues happy with at least the pursuit of that idea?
Yeah, as long as the chief feels like the department can handle it, yeah.
If
We're not
I may-
approving it now, just investigate the
So,
idea.
did you guys used to have patrols on bicycles, or do you use some
Yes,
bicycles?
we did.
And I'm assuming we still have the bicycles.
I don't think they're operating any longer, Bob. Do we have it?
There is one.
There is one?
In storage.
In storage, all right.
With flat tires.
The issue with the bike patrols is that was something that was extra. When we're at full staff and we're beyond minimum staffing, then we could be able to deploy somebody on the bicycle. So that's what's kind of happened with that over the last few years. As we declined to minimum staffing, we're not able to assign someone to that position because we need to have at least 2 people that are available in a car to answer calls throughout town.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we would be willing to explore as we go forward to full staffing.
Sure. So adding these 2 additional police officers are still going to be limited, where you couldn't do something like that.
I think that initially what this is going to do for us is hopefully stabilize the situation in terms of overtime. And staffing it, with the idea that it'll give us a look at some of the specialty positions. K-9 is obviously high in our priority, and we're looking in the future for that. That's why Lisa mentioned that. So it's going to be, that's part of the transition. This first 2 officers we see as a transitional, and be able to open up to these other options to be able to start plugging into after we stabilize our situation as it stands.
Sure. I mean, I'm just kind of addressing, that concern that some of those parents have, out at the park. I mean, we have quite a mix of kids and parents, that are using the facility now that we have the new playground. I mean, it's amazing. You have teenagers on swings, which is really nice.
Adults too.
Yeah, I know. Sure.
I've seen that too.
Though I haven't heard any issues, with people being disruptive at the playground. I mean, I have heard of dog issues, mainly, with some pit bulls. But it's been just from one person, though. I haven't heard it from others. Though, you don't always hear everything from everybody. I mean, some folks like to reach out to a particular council member, and so then they share their concerns. things that they'd like to see improved. Having a
bicycle
police presence or a part-time presence. For me, if you had like the bicycle program, just making a bicycle ride through the playground every once in a while is I think would be a good thing. But a kind of a permanent presence or a periodic presence that I don't know. To me, it kind of disrupts the playground feel of the site, and I don't know, for that type of community where we would expect that type of police presence or security presence. So I'm just kind of putting that out there.
I would think that it might be more cost-effective and more, and I shouldn't say effective, I think it would be different if we were able to have a public works, someone who's doing more maintenance and keeping an eye on things, who would still be a city staff person, may not have the training of a police officer, but could certainly address some of the concerns about litter and dog waste and, obeying the park rules to a certain degree without having it necessarily need to be a police officer or a resource for, in a different way. I think it could be a different way and address some of the concerns at a different kind of cost, like you were talking about a public safety aid. And it might be, when I've been at the park, I think having people cleaning up and getting the sand out of the water fountains and the toilets not backing up would almost make the parks a more livable space. And I know this isn't really the venue for this conversation. So I never felt that our parks needed more police presence, and I think it would be very unfair for a police officer to be on doggy duty control.
I agree with that.
I think that's
I had another idea.
a waste of
Yeah.
could be a waste of resources, although if we were fully staffed and had the time for canine bicycle patrols, community school officers, all of those things would be lovely if we had the resources to provide them, but probably not in this budget.
Well, just to pile on now. I'm sure staff can come up with something to address the mayor's concern, as far as those little things and whatever that may be. As far as bicycle, I help institute that, actually. And that was back in the 90s, so.
Right.
And I know at some point, we'll be able to get back to that. To be able to utilize that, it just need a battery, though. Air in the tires. But I know the bicycle very well, that particular one. So anyway, I'm happy to see you be able to get 2 officers. I'm certainly for that, because I know that you guys have really been stretched thin. And, hopefully this is a sign of the economy recovering, where, we can get the department back into full manpower, and I would certainly like to see that, because I've been concerned about that, for a number of years. So I'm glad to see at least we're going back the other way. I'm very happy, and I'm sure you're ecstatic about that too. And you go through the process, I'm sure we'll hire some very good officers. So
The officers that have been working all the overtime will be very relieved if this does get approved, and those that are here, they don't complain. And I have to tell you, we have a wonderful organization. There are no complaints. They're here because they want to be here, and they take a vested interest in this community. This is their community. When you think about it, they're either at home or they're here at work, and many of them are working 5, 6 6 days in a row, 12-hour shifts. So with no complaints. And I know their families are sacrificed, but they realize that the economy will improve and there'll be better days. And I think we're seeing that ahead.
And I haven't heard anybody say anything to the contrary to the two positions. I think it's very important right now. Because I think we've all been concerned about, just saturating our officers and, having job burnout and stuff like that. So, very happy for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have one more question,
sure.
Mr. Mayor. So, with the, with bringing on these 2 new officers, will you perhaps have one or both of them use the motorcycle?
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
Use the motorcycle. So, I mean, it sounded like you had cut out the motorcycle use.
We have. Bringing back 2 officers, if you can see on that slide, would allow each shift to have an overlap officer. But even though they're an overlap officer, that's just taken into consideration that everybody is there. A lot of times somebody's taking time off, there's training, there's sick, there's injuries, there's family emergencies. So we will have to evaluate the personnel staffing and see where we could draw from. Because a motorcycle officer would mean sending somebody back to training, because there's been a period of time where the last motorcycle officer was Officer Robert Guadakin. He was the last one on the motorcycle. And I know that we have still 2 motorcycles. I don't know how well equipped or how much.
Do they get used, I mean, just to keep them maintained?
No, that's a problem. We're going to have to, when we do look into reinstating that, we're going to have to take a look at the equipment issues as well. But we do have 2 in storage to use toward bringing that back, and we certainly could use one of them temporarily as we get moving. With that, one of the issues with staff in the traffic position is it's a day shift dedicated position. So there's not so much flexibility with assigning that position to a particular officer. So as we move forward with getting the 2, we're going to have to see how that looks as we move through that, and then take a look at how we assign specialty positions, including the motorcycle position. We're eager to get all those back. There's no reluctance on our part. It's just how we're going to do that as we move forward with restaffing.
Because each one of those specialty positions, because they are specialty positions, they require special training. So any new officer would have to go away to special training to fill any of those specialty positions.
Okay. So like in regards to the new officer, so it would be someone who would not have experience, someone who would come from the academy?
It just depends on what's available out there. I mean, we'll always go out and seek the officer that's going to be the best fit for our organization. Somebody who's really going to fit in the community, the right personality, the right new team member to the department. So right now there is a new academy that just started at CSM that about a week ago. So we have plans, if once budget is approved, and if approved, we would have plans to go up and see those recruits and see what's out there. But also keep in mind, many of the other departments from Daly City, South City, every department probably down the peninsula is currently hiring.
Right.
And many of the cities, South City, for example, lost 5 officers at one time to San Francisco PD. So they're having to fill 5 officers. So all of the agencies are hiring. So it's just a matter of seeing what is out there and what would be in the best interest for our community and for our organization.
And I think to answer your question regarding the specialty positions, those positions are assigned based on the right person for the job. They're not directly connected to who we hire as a new officer. Our main concern in hiring the new people is a good fit for the community. And then once we develop them, some people find what they have a niche for in terms of positions, whether that's school resource officer, traffic, or canine. So we develop our personnel to take those positions as they go through their career.
Mm-hmm.
So those positions would likely go out to more experienced people that have been here a while that have taken an interest in one of those specialty positions.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
One of the things I think it's worth pointing out, I don't know whether you have these figures in your head or Stuart does, but that we're adding 2 new police officers. It's not as if that's going to be an additional expense fully for their salaries and benefits and so forth, because then as a consequence of that, we'll be able to cut down on the overtime.
So it's kind of a trade-off there.
Correct. And we also eliminated the administrative executive assistant position. So we didn't replace that position we had budgeted for. So we filled it instead with an officer.
Right, so, Mayor?
Yeah.
I think the overall cost for the two new positions, when you take into account overtime savings and the administrative position, is about $144,000 for two officers. Normally, that would buy you maybe an officer as a whole.
Right.
We're anticipating about a $50,000 savings in overtime by being able to have additional people on each shift. So that's one of the, as the commander and the chief are saying, that's one of the advantages of being able to have that many people on a shift, and why you may not necessarily be able to use them for the specialty spots, because you want to get that overtime savings first.
Okay. I have one other minor question. We have the animal contract still. I'm just wondering how that's working out. I remember that through the years this has been a little bit of a controversial area that the services provided and which organization was going to do it and so forth. So where does that all stand now?
Well, currently we still have the contract with the Animal Humane Society, or the Peninsula Humane Society. That's the only organization that we really have to use. So we really kind of have our hands tied because there's really nothing else out there for us to use. I know that the Chiefs Association is currently and actively working with the Peninsula Humane Society on looking at the services and making sure that we do internal audits that the services that we're being billed for, we actually are being provided by the Peninsula Humane Society. So I think that's going to be an ongoing concern that's going to continue to be raised throughout the years, but that is the only solution we currently have. I mean, we would love to find another organization that would take up all of those responsibilities, but they do respond out for the calls. We do have residents that call them frequently to just report dead raccoons or things in their backyards, and they are pretty responsive to those needs. As you see, it has gone up a little bit in our budget.
I was just wondering whether you were happy with their services and so forth.
Well, I think that the times that we've called them, they have responded for animals that we've been able to contain, loose dogs, and some of the calls that we've made within the organization, they have been responsive and they have responded in a timely manner. And I know they follow up on the aggressive animal permits that are within the city. They do follow up in making sure that the responsible is taking care of the rules and regulations that they must abide by through the county for an aggressive animal permit.
Okay, so they play a role in that, because I've had a number of citizens concerned about aggressive dogs, and I point out that we do have a dangerous animal ordinance, and that is enforced by the police department with the assistance of this contract with the Humane Society. So
absolutely,
we have that means, and there is a law that animals that usually they end up being pit bulls, but not always. That there is a rule against having dogs that can be dangerous to pet other animals, as well as certainly people and kids and so forth. And so people need to know that it's illegal to do that, and we have a means to deal with it as best we can.
Right. All they need to do is contact the police department if they have any concerns. And certainly there's a criteria that falls under all the different definitions of what is considered an aggressive dog. Some of them have to have actually bit another animal or a human being in order to fall under certain categories. But yes, they can certainly call us. We encourage them to call us so that we can then follow up with it and contact the Animal Humane Society.
And Chief, I've had some contact from citizens that are concerned about the wild animals and the birds and the feeding of wild animals, and asked about what the protocol is for wild animals. Is there a protocol, or?
There is no protocol. There's a recommendation on the Peninsula Humane Society's website that recommends not to feed these animals because it just allows them to continue to come into or come back to these areas and then put other animals at risk. So there are recommendations that they post. There is actually no protocol. But again, they can contact the Animal Humane Society or go online to find out about those recommendations. And we also provide handouts here in the police department. If they'd like to come on by, they can pick up a handout in the records division.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
They're kind of like PG&E. You don't have much choice, huh? There's no... you get them. You use them or not. I had one quick question. I think this is a Stuart question on page 66. And I know when you and I sat down, we went over all this, and I forgot what the answer was. But at the very top under 52233 memberships, the CPOA, shouldn't that be 4 sergeants now?
Yes.
Okay. Typo, all right. And we're going to budget the same amount, $400?
Yes, it's $100 per sergeant. So
oh,
yes.
Okay. All right.
I think that was just a typo on my end.
Okay. Thank you. All the questions I have. Good job.
As with the fire department, we're very pleased with the work that the police department is doing, and we're happy to support what we can, and we're pleased that we can start beefing up the personnel again, and some of the other things we talked about, hopefully we can move in those directions too. So thank you very much.
Yes, great. Thank you for your support as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I make a recommendation we take a break?
I'm in favor of that, and unless everybody
All right.
else is okay with that. Okay, we have a 5-minute break.
Turn the lights on.
He took the pictures.
trust fund, so if anybody wants to contribute to that, there is such a fund. But we don't do a regular amount given to that fund every year because the way we were doing it, it was getting up further and further in the hole, and so it wasn't really helpful. So this is a way that when something comes up like 98 coming up,
Right after I had to learn how to check my work, and then John, yeah, yeah.
Well, we try to do that every year. We send letters out.
How's it going?
Tired.
Sounds like you've had a busy day.
Yeah, it was.
Remove
Yeah.
the oil part.
Didn't go right.
The gas.
No, I asked Stuart because supposedly we're supposed to.
And I ran the Dipsy
That's what
race
Fred did,
yesterday,
right?
so.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so my legs
Hasn't
are
gone
sore
away.
right now, yeah.
Yeah, regular,
So,
yeah.
but we can find out whether that's.
So that you haven't talked.
But it was supposed to.
That conversation with
Council
Nancy didn't
policy.
happen.
No, I was waiting until in terms of the rest of the calendar tonight.
Right.
So you,
It's just part of their stuff.
seems to me that maybe through recreation might make a logical split. And then we'll hold the other three over for tomorrow night.
Okay.
Full service gas stations, nothing like that anymore.
Not anymore.
So it makes sense to me. Other colleagues here.
Yeah, yeah, just,
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, we'll bring that up first.
yeah, okay. Also, David responded back. He is not available on Wednesday at that time. He was going to be here earlier in the day. He did suggest maybe Thursday, but that won't work for Carrie.
Changes.
Unless you
My
just
daughter
want to
called,
do different.
But I could, Terry said she could arrange for it. I talked with Terry.
It's not gonna go, it's not going.
Because she said she was open to it.
Alexa, and she said, and I said, you know what, I'm sorry, go ahead. Ask somebody that's there. So she went up to some guy and goes, that's because you're trying to put diesel in your car, man. Yes, yes. She goes, I don't know, what's diesel? I don't know why it was, but it, so funny.
Stay away from the green
Yeah,
nozzle.
I know.
That would have been expensive.
But it's like, God, the kids nowadays, it's like you have to go through, A, B, C,
Necessarily see that in action.
Is your water okay?
I think I'm good, yeah. But thank you for asking.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm heading out of town for 2 weeks. My nephew and my niece are graduating from college.
Oh, okay.
On the same day in two different cities.
Oh, really? What college?
University of Washington, Bellingham for my nephew.
Okay.
And my niece is next, maybe, like, she's 2 years older. She's had some issues. She's been to 3 different universities. So.
She fell in love with her mother did not. Felt like there were just too many distractions. Which there may be for a period of time. And it's University of Seattle, Seattle University. Real inner-city, but they have, everybody, they live on campus for the first 2 years. So you get half an apartment, places where you have to sit down and do classes. Camille's got to go. We'll see. I told my wife, take a risk when you take her out and show her things. You might just
she
fall
wants
in
to
love
go
with it.
someplace fun.
Yeah, exactly.
At least it's West Coast.
That's true.
Could be Scotland.
Yeah, I know. Well, it seems like Stuart and Diane, I'm pretty stoked about that. I think Stuart's pretty, I'm assuming that he's a pretty frugal guy and has been saving, for that day that when his kids go to college that it was something big like going to Scotland or Ivy League that they, wanted to kick down
To
the deck.
study Roman history.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
twin brother is graduating this June only because he had to take a semester off because he had mono. So he lost 6 months. Because I guess if you miss more than 3 weeks of classes in the University of Washington system, you're done for that unit. They won't let you have more than 3 weeks of absence. But Ian is going to be graduating with 4 majors. So he took a year longer, but he's got 4 majors. 4 majors.
You want to cover all the bases.
I think Alex graduating with 4 majors. Ian graduated with 3.
I heard people with 2, like a minor and something.
Yeah.
4 and 3.
They want to keep all their options open.
Yeah. Is this your subject?
And Kate, the older one, is graduating with a 2-year degree, but she had some issues.
The first thing
Yeah, no.
She's got 2 graduations on the same day, 2 different cities.
You gonna go up there?
I'm going to be there, but I can't be at my niece's in Tacoma because we already booked the house.
So, Wendy, are we on? Okay. So the question becomes, doesn't look as if we're going to get through everything tonight, but we have, people here who are present for particular issues, and it would be nice if we could get through the issues that you're here for, rather than putting it off to tomorrow night. We do have a backup for tomorrow night to finish the budget discussion, but I know there's several people here to speak to the whole marina issue, and that's actually under capital improvement, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then I know that Michelle would like to speak to open space and ecology. But we have a whole lot of stuff under Public Works to talk about. So what's the plan?
I've got to be here for Public Works and CIP, sir, so really.
No, I mean,
I could do both or not.
You'll be here. I'm just wondering about the order of things and what can we accomplish tonight, unless we want to stay here all hours. And I guess it's kind of up to the council. You want to try to finish tonight, or do we use our fallback, which was finishing tomorrow night?
Actually, I'm not going to be here tomorrow night.
You're not going to be here.
No, I'm going to be out of town, which is okay. Which is okay with me.
Let's try and finish tonight then.
Let's try to finish tonight, and if we can power through it and while not missing anything, I think that would be a good idea.
Well, I guess the order.
But then the question becomes the order of things. Yeah, right.
Because
the mayor's pleasure. I'm happy however we work it, and if we can accommodate the members of the audience, that would be great.
Rather than keeping them here all hours.
Well, I know some folks wanted to hear about capital improvements, and then maybe just go from the bottom of the agenda first, and then go back to
Could we do the capital improvements, and that would include the marina, right?
It would, yes, sir.
And then do open space and ecology, and then go on to the rest?
Well, what I would suggest...
How's that sound?
Yeah, what I would suggest is maybe that we just put off till tomorrow night the...
Clark can't be here tomorrow night. You didn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't mind you guys going through it.
Yeah,
okay, so we're just going to
let's see what we can do tonight, but we're trying to reorder things to be responsive to the people who are here.
Okay.
Would the open space and ecology be a fairly quick?
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
You want to...
Can we start with that?
You want to do that first and then go to the capital improvements?
You fooled me. I called up capital improvements next.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the other one, Wendy? Sorry.
Open space and ecology should be quick. Yeah.
Should be.
I have to find the tab.
And then Michelle can speak, and then we can go to capital improvements and do the marina.
Okay.
Go for it.
So for the open space and ecology, we mentioned it at the last meeting during the city manager's budget, but I just pulled it out here. We added $5,000 back into the budget for habitat restoration and maintenance, and we also added $2,000 back into the budget for special projects. Examples of these are some of the informational meetings that the Open Space and Ecology Committee endeavors to put on every year. So those are the two additions back to the budget. Previously, they were in the budget previously. So we're just trying to restore some of the cuts that were made last year. And that's my entire presentation on open space and ecology.
So it looks like that those changes are $17,000, but it looks like that last year it was 70 and now it's 102. That's 30.
Right. So in addition to everything else, there is a portion of my time that is now put into open space and ecology. That entire conversation
that's the reallocation of salaries to appropriate spots. It's not an increase. It's just a
reallocation.
Reallocation. Yeah. And does this include the part-time salaries for the other liaison that is retiring?
Yes. It still includes 0.55 a value management analyst position.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
If I may, through the mayor.
Yeah, please.
So, all right, so the part-time salaries, so what you're recommending is to budget the same amount that we've paid when we had Lisa. But as far as doing, hiring that actual person, that's something for the council to determine later, how, what that position should be, or is it a combination of other services?
Right. I mean, I think what it is we have somebody who's coming in over the summer as an intern. I think that there may be a conversation as you go through the economic development plan as to do you hire somebody specifically for open space and ecology, or do you hire somebody with broader skills in all of sustainability, where they can look at not only open space and ecology, but also look at economics as part of that. So you might have somebody who can, maybe we look at hiring somebody for more time who can fulfill two different kinds of functions in the organization. I think that's a conversation that's going on within the economic development subcommittee, but that hasn't been brought forward. So for this budget, all we have in the budget is what we've done in the past.
What we've done in the past, sure. And so bringing on the intern, how much do you think that might be?
We pay the intern about $5,000 for the summer.
$5,000 for the summer. Okay. So we're looking at, if we had someone per season, say, so we're looking at our per quarter. So, if we didn't come up with some other type of position, we would be looking at about $20,000.
You mean a revolving intern?
I'm not sure, what. I mean, I guess you're just looking to cover yourself through the summer.
Right. I was just looking for the summer. I mean, it's hard, you get into the difficulty of over the summer, somebody doesn't have classes that they're contending with. Whereas, if you do it during the school, during the school year, you are now become much more subject to somebody else's schedule for, their classes.
And there's no continuity.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Sure. I'm fine with that then.
Okay, I have one quick question, and then I know Michelle has a couple of points. I think it's somewhere in central services where we have memberships, and one of which was the area open space organization, and it looked like that was down to zero. Are we leaving that organization, or is that the proposal, or what?
I have to pull my budget to look at it, but it could be.
What page is that, right? Page 42.
Right. This was something that we did not put money into the budget for last year. It was one of the reductions that was made during the budget cuts last year.
42, right. The Area Open Space Council?
Right. So we were just continuing the cut from last year to this year.
And that's the organization that has that wonderful conference every year in May? Right? A lot of us have attended?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we still can attend, even if we're not members.
But it costs more, right?
I think so.
Anyway, I personally would like to see us continue to be a member of that council, Open Space Council.
I mean, if, we could put it back in the budget. That could be one of the changes that we make if council so desires.
Others agree?
It's doable.
What is it? So
$300.
Open Space Council, just $300.
Okay. Yeah, that's a small amount.
Okay, I've heard enough council members to say put it back in the budget.
Okay.
So that will be one of the changes that I will be included in the changes.
Okay. And I know Michelle had a couple of questions, so I'm going to let her bring those up, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Michelle Salmon, Brisbane resident and the Open Space and Ecology Committee. Just a couple of things. One is that thank you for even having an Open Space and Ecology Committee. And I'd like us to focus more in the coming year on the city's open space plan. And I know that we do a lot and we talk about a lot, but I'd really like us to work more proactively at acquiring more acres again. I know that for a while we were really doing well with that, and I know that we try really hard not to miss an opportunity when one comes up, it becomes available. But usually when they become available, it's under a situation of duress where the original owner has passed and the new inheritance and kind of drives up the cost. And I'd really like us to proactively seek those puzzle pieces to fill out acquiring the rest of the acres and protecting it, because it really is an integral part of what Brisbane is in central Brisbane and saving the mountain. It's an important wildlife and wildland fire interface between houses and the mountain. And I don't know where in the budget to start accumulating money to go out and proactively seek those acres, but I would like us to be very conscious of that and put that in here as some kind of budget item instead of just waiting for opportunities, creating opportunities to do that within the budget. And I'm not sure exactly where that goes. And then along the same lines, I'm really glad that we've increased the vegetation management program for the Brisbane Acres by $5,000, but $5,000 doesn't go very far when it comes to vegetation management. And so I'm wondering if there's some room to increase that even more, and in particular, increase it not just for paying like West Coast Wildlands or Shelter Belt to go out and do the work, but really paying to have a volunteer supervisor to go out and on a regular basis and supervise citizen groups doing volunteer work, similar to what Mountain Watch does. We've been very effective in parlaying a small amount of funds to do a huge amount of work by having a good habitat management plan with good leadership and community volunteers doing the work. So I'd really like us to maybe devote a little bit more to that as well, because it's one thing to preserve the land from development. It's a completely other thing to manage the habitat from being destructed by invasive species, which is a serious problem along our own perimeter due to things like English ivy and a lot of other invasives that are moving up the mountain from the canyons. And we really need to get a handle on that, a much better handle on it than what we have. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. I wanted to ask one question about the proactive nature of seeking out willing sellers in the Brisbane Acres. I know that Fred did that on.
Can I answer that?
No, the answer to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go for it.
Because we have a program in the general plan that is to send out an annual letter to owners of Brisbane Acres inquiring about whether they want to sell their
Right.
property, and that's
Right.
how this last
Right.
proposed purchase actually even came about, is because we send out an annual letter, and Fred did run that program, so it's a matter of sending a letter out,
Right.
but right now we're kind of saturated getting willing sellers on a response.
Right.
And said it is a general plan program.
Right.
And then if
No, it is,
Yeah.
that's why I said, it is council policy, yeah, right. But whether we've been able to keep doing that on as proactive a basis, that I don't know.
Yeah, my answer is probably not, with Fred having left the transition. But I know we do have another property owner who we are looking at, we're in talks with. That, if we get to the point where, there's a potential for a purchase, we would bring it back to council.
Yeah.
So the letters that we have sent in the past are still effective.
Yeah.
But, we will, with the new fiscal year, we'll resend out the letter that Fred did.
Right, and it's just an annual thing. It kind of keeps the owners of it, and we have produced purchases from that. And the second part is we used to have an open space fund that I actually initiated back in 1999 that started out with $50,000. It would increase 10% every year. Well, when I was mayor in 2010, I uninitiated it, and I mean the purpose of that was going through the fiscal crisis that we were, the budget crisis. I just didn't think that at that time it's really fair to everybody to continually put money into the open space fund and increase it by 10% per year when we're cutting salaries and everything else. And that at that time we got a commitment from the council that if we do have open space potential purchases become available, that we will take that money out of the general fund, and we've thus have done that so far. So that commitment is still there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, as I was explaining to Michelle during the break, the way that fund was working, every time we purchased something that we didn't have grant money for and it came out of the general fund, it became an obligation of that fund. So pretty soon that fund had a heck of a lot more debt than it had positive amounts of money. Mm-hmm. So one of the things we did with this change you're talking about was to wipe out that debt.
Right, and that was because we borrowed from the general fund. Right. At one point, we used to get matching grants from, I think, Mid-Peninsula Open Space Fund, or Open Space District, and then there was another one, I forget.
Coastal Conservancy.
Coastal Conservancy.
I don't think we ever got anything.
No, not.
Okay, there was Coastal Conservancy, and then there was another one, I think,
it was
from
federal.
the state of California.
Yeah, it was federal and state dollars.
Federal and state.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service,
Right.
or something, yeah.
And we had $80,000 from the settlement.
And then we have other individual
Yeah.
kinds of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So that commitment is still there. It's just
Right.
doesn't show up as clear.
Right.
Let's put it on the front burner again.
Okay, no, we've been reminded. Okay, thank you. Okay, Stuart, Capital.
So I'm going to do the best to go through the capital projects, and then for more detailed questions, Randy is sitting behind me to cover my back. So in the marina, this is a project that you had already seen. This is repairing of docks and replacing required flotation elements of the docks. It's about $400,000. There is money currently available. There's $550,000 a year from splitting the Parks and Recreation Department away from the marina. This is an issue that we had talked about previously in other meetings. There's also, as I said earlier, about $800,000 available in capital improvement funds. So either of those two sources could be used to make this payment. The next step in this process would be to hire 2 marina maintenance workers. There's actually no pages in the budget for capital improvements.
That would explain it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was in the packet.
Yes. So, so what I was going to do is for each of the projects that we had was talk about what the project was. If you have any questions about the project itself, talk about how, what money is available to do that, and then what next steps we would take as staff. So this is going to be the same format that I have for all the projects that we have that we are recommending for this year. Also in the marina, we have the marina dredging. Phase 1 is to perform the bathymetric study of the marina for about $10,000. Again, we have the same money available to do this that we had to do the other one. We have the $550,000 from splitting the Parks and Recreation Department away from the marina, and we have $800,000 in capital improvement funds. So the next step for this would be to develop an RFP to determine the firm to conduct the study. In water and sewer, this is projects that have been run through the Water and Sewer Subcommittee. We have the Bayshore Boulevard undergrounding an 8-inch force main for about $418,000. Glen Park Pump Station upgrade for $2.3 million. The pressure reducing valve construction and fire mains for $2.1 million. And the SCADA system replacement. I don't know what the SCADA stands for, but it is a system that is electronically monitors or computer monitors the system to make sure that the flow of water is moving the way it should be.
He'll tell you.
But I'm going to turn to Randy on this one. It's way too technical for me.
Well, had I known you weren't going to remember that, I would have made up a really funny acronym for it. But its common one is supervisory control and data acquisition.
So it's for monitoring and doing more of the work of the system electronically. I'm going to.
Correct. It's just the electronic monitoring of it.
Yeah.
It's HAL.
It does the work of an accountant.
Does the work of an accountant. Good thing I'm not an accountant then. There is no money currently set aside for these projects. The Water and Sewer Subcommittee have talked about potentially looking at doing a bond issue for this. We would bring back the details of that bond issue at a meeting in August. We would probably, if we were to do a bond issue, we would look at doing a rate increase. We would look at doing a rate increase probably specifically for capital improvements. We would determine how much of a system each individual user has access to by the size of their meter, and we would charge a flat fee by meter size. So the smaller your meter, the less you would pay. The bigger your meter, the more you would pay, because it's all talking about the system itself and the access to the system and having water available. So that would be something we would bring back in August. If we were to do a rate increase for this, we would need to go through a 218 process. The 218 process, if you remember, is we have to send out a letter to all homeowners. They have 60 days for a protest, or they can come to the council meeting for the protest. If not more than 50% of the property owners protest, the city council would be able to then impose a rate increase. And we would probably talk about having the rate increase go into effect probably with the January bill, since we would not need the money right away. However, if we were to do a bond issue, we would want the rate increase in place before we did the bond issue. So that way we'd get better interest rates.
Okay. Before you move on to the next area of the capital improvement, the people who are here who are mostly concerned with the marina capital, would any of you like to ask any questions at this point before we go on to the rest, so that you don't have to hang around anymore? Okay. No, the mic, please. Otherwise, people at home won't be able to hear you.
I'm sorry, I don't know the protocol all of what you're doing with your budget, but I want to state a couple things. One is to state the obvious, but first to say I'm pleased to see the $10,000 in there to get the process started. I think that's the first step that needs to be done right away, and I'm very pleased to see it in there. The obvious is you need to have $1.6 million in your budget for this year to do the dredging. And I mean, that's obvious that I was going to say that, I suppose, and And I just, like I said, I don't know the protocol, but I wanted to say that. And then the third thing I wanted to say is I've walked all of the docks at our marina. I've been around marinas my whole life. I was just up at, as I said, I had to move my boat over to Alameda, and they had just repaired their docks because the year before somebody stepped through them into the water. And as you looked over at all the nice boats across, you'd see docks that came out and went like this, where if you'd stepped on them, you'd get your foot wet. Our docks are, I don't know what's required to keep them the way they are, but they're great. So in terms of priorities, if you can't get your boat out of the marina, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to walk on your dock, but the docks are great. I know there's been issues. There was a one near ours that really had a trip hazard on it, and somebody came and fixed it, and it was fixed. So I don't know, how much you have to do that versus, a big project. But if right now, from a boat owner's point of view, I think the docks are great. So
Okay.
that's what I wanted to say.
All right, good, thank you. Carolyn, do you want to weigh in on this?
So the capital improvement funds would be set aside each year, and part of them would be for short-term and part of them would be for long-term. Is that my understanding? Because what I'm concerned is if we know that we have to dredge every 7 years and it's going to cost $100,000, and this year we need to spend $100,000 on it, or next year, that we set aside the money every year so that within 7 years, it won't be put a further 7 years. So we won't go through this again. That, there will be funds set aside for the proper maintenance of something that, it just makes common sense that we have money set aside each year if we know it's going to need to come up every 7 or 8 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's you want to respond to that, Stuart, please?
So, there are a number of different ways on how you do capital improvements. We do have $800,000 in cash available for capital improvements. This has been money that has been saved over the years. The $550,000 that we have a year from splitting the Parks and Recreation Department away from the marina, for the next couple of years, at least $400,000 of that each year we had talked about using for the previous project, which is the flotation and the dock repairs. The question when you get to the capital project like the dredging project, one way you can fund it is by selling a bond, because you're going to need $1.6 million this year, and then if Alan is correct and we need another $800,000 in 7 more years or something to that extent, what you can do is you can sell a series of bonds, and then over 15 years work those bond rates into the rate structure of the marina, so that way the dredging is paid for by the people who are using it at that time. So you get into a couple of philosophical questions, and the hour is late, so I'm not going to delve deep into it. But when you structure bonds and you get those bonds paid for by current users of it, then the people who are using that aspect of the dredging portion are paying for the dredging, as opposed to charging it to people who were in the marina years ago. So you get into a philosophical question. I think as we bring it back, when we have more time at the council meeting, we can talk about how philosophically you would want to pay for capital projects like that. And the same question comes with the water and sewer rates. As to who pays for it. Is it people who have been here in the past, or is it people who are there using it at that point in time?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I do. Maybe, Randy, if you could chime in on this. And it's been brought up, earlier, where when we were looking at the marina, we were looking at the docks and trying to put the capital improvement into the docks and then the slips. And in the marina, the dredging thing was something that we would look at in the future, but the near future. but now that we've been talking about the dredging and the potential of there being some damage to the docks during that process, does this study, kind of give us an idea of what should come first, the dredging or because I feel like we need some guidance here. I mean, this isn't something that I'm an expert in, and I really don't know that much about. I mean, it's an asset, and so I want to make sure that we do the first step right, and then move on to the next step. So.
I never got the thing in the packet. Yeah.
I'm going to wait a moment, sir, and see what's going on there. So let me try to shed a little bit of light and to answer some questions. I want to be careful about what we know versus what one person's opinion might be. And I don't want to discount Alan's effort, because I think he certainly has done a yeoman's effort in investigation, particularly when that's not his area of expertise. But I want to be cautious that we aren't playing very loose and free with somebody else's money on that. One of the things that I agree that we absolutely need to do is to do the bathymetric survey. One of the things that I don't know yet, because unfortunately over the years we haven't done enough surveys, is that we really don't understand the particularities of our marina and what the sediment accumulation is there. So when I've talked about this, and I know I haven't had a chance to talk with the facility subcommittee, but in conversation with the city manager, it's going to be my recommendation that we come back every 3 years and do the bathymetric survey, because as has been noted earlier for you in the evening, there are some marinas that practically need to be done every year, just because of where they are, where their location is, where they're receiving. And there are some marinas that hardly ever need to be done. They just don't get any accumulation. So I think what we need to do is establish that baseline and not just pick a random number because it happens to be within the typical number of years that the Dredging Maintenance and Management Office is going to issue a permit for. I think you really run a risk of spending money when it's not prudent to do that. I think there are other factors that come into that. So I wouldn't do that. The other conversation is about which comes first. And let me address it this way. If I were to write a dredging contract today, I would make responsibility for damage to docks during the dredging operation the responsibility of the dredging contractor. And the way that would be managed on a daily basis is that after the vessels that were berthed in the slips in the area and in the area of the fairway and in the area of the slips that were going to be dredged that day had been moved, we would go out with the contractor's forces, we would survey the site, most likely we would video it somewhat quickly in the morning before dredging began, and then at the end of the day we would come back and do it.
Fair.
So you've got agreement. Now the challenge is that if the docks are in the current conditions that they are in and damage happens to them, the dredging contractor is going to say, well, no, duh. Your docks are all tilted sideways. You've got some of them that look like they're ADA access from the main slip, from the main pier into the water. All your piling guides are rotted out. No kidding. You know, if somebody had gone by in a kayak, it would have rocketed enough, and so we would have a large conversation about that. So I think it's to our advantage to get the docks and slips into the condition they ought to be in, so that there's no question when you do the pre-dredging survey that no, those docks are in new conditions. They were just rehabbed. If you come through here and are not cautious with the way you conduct your operations with your dredging vessel, you're going to be responsible for the damage. The other way to do that, and I think it's the way that dredging contractors may have told Alan, is, well, we don't want to be responsible for any of that. And that's what I would say if I were a dredging contractor. I'd say, hey, just put the bid out and tell me all you're going to do is move the vessel, and you're responsible for all the dock repairs. Well, then all the dock repairs come at a very unscheduled fashion. And what they particularly end up doing is that, assuming that the dredging contractor, because now he doesn't have a responsibility to be careful about your docks, he comes through and just perhaps is a little more aggressive than he ought to be. He busts up a lot of your slips, and you may have to get them repaired before you have a place to put those vessels to bring them back to. So you end up perhaps with a bigger problem than you even had before, because now you're having trouble shifting your tenants around so that you continue berthing. So it's certainly my recommendation that we do it in advance. And I think my final note, I know my final note on this question, is going to be you always have to understand who is giving you opinions on these things when they give it to you. And I use this old joke a lot because it is a joke. A number of years ago, I dislocated my shoulders, one of them badly from bicycling, and my doctor referred me to an orthopedic surgeon who wanted to operate. Coincidentally, at the time, I was seeing an acupuncturist for some issue in the other shoulder, and he wanted to stick pins in my shoulder and thought that would make it better. And when I went to Mass on Sunday, the family priest wanted to pray about it. So none of those recommendations should be a shock to us. And I think we need to understand that the boaters who are here this evening are people who have deep keels. In Alan's case, he's got a 5-foot draw under his sailboat. The other folks that are here have a large power boat that sits low in the water, probably 4 feet down in the water. Their primary focus is going to be on dredging. And I understand that. I completely get it, wanting to take your boat out at low mean. I don't discount their issues. But the issues that we're hearing from many, many other boaters who do not have those same deep draws is that they are displeased with the condition of the docks. So that's why that originally came up, and that's why we're trying to draw those balances. So I think between the two of those, what my ultimate recommendation after all it is that we move forward with the CIP that's proposed in here. We try to actually get ahead of any dredging work that's done so that when we do bring a dredging contractor in, he understands clearly that if damage occurs to those docks, it's not a result of the dock being in poor condition, it's a result of his operations.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. Not having gone through a dredging process before, I'm just wondering if there is the contractor gets a little bit of room to potentially damage a dock because, depending upon how much space is available to do the work. And it's like, there's no way I can guarantee that I'm not going to hit that thing. And so I'm not going to sign that contract. And so have you gone through a dredging process before?
So I haven't done dredging, but the way we would deal with that risk is the same way that it's always dealt with, sir, in any contract. You have to make it clear who the risk is assigned to. And when we try to assign the risk, really what you try and do is you try and make it the primary responsibility of the person who can most control it. Okay, and in this case, if the docks are in good condition, the person who can most control the damage to them is going to be the contractor. And so what you do is you put that risk up front. You put it in the requirements, it's in the technical conditions and the general conditions of the contractor, and when the contractor bids that, he knows it's going to be his responsibility. When he comes out and does the mandatory pre-job walk, he walks the docks, he understands what the conditions of those are, and might you get a slightly higher, you're going to get a higher bid price for that than you would be if you had just told him, well, you're not on the hook for it.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that your total cost at the end of the day will be lower.
Sure.
Because your total cost at the end of the day might be higher, particularly if you've delayed him in his operations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, now, Michelle had her hand up first. You still want to weigh in on it? Let him comment, okay. All right.
I just want to clarify one thing about the damage to the docks.
Okay.
There's two kinds of damage to the docks. One is the contractor runs into the dock. In general, at least the one I talked to, he would pay for that. That was up front. The other is a little more subtle, and that's that if the marina is shallow, then the big propellers they have kick up a lot of water, and they put extra stress on the docks, be they new or old. But if they're old, and Randy's right, they're more likely to suffer damage. Now, this contractor did say he does exactly what Randy suggested. They inspect the docks ahead of time and all. But it's not that the contractor runs into the dock, it's that the water, the force of the water that's moving their tugboat around in the shallow water that we have in the shallow areas pushes a big wave into the dock, and then that stress can break the wood. Now the pillars are concrete; they're not rotted. But I had a hard time understanding that issue about prop wash and what are you talking about prop wash? Why is that an issue? But anyway, I just wanted to bring that out.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
I guess the thing that's most important to me is like safety and then the covenant that we made with people when we agreed to rent them a slip. And I was on a boat many years ago where we ran aground under full sail during low tide, and I almost got thrown off the boat because we hit it with such a jolt unexpectedly. And so really not having, correct surface when you're expecting an 8-foot draft or a certain amount of water, it is a dangerous situation. And many of the boaters in our marina are experienced, but many of them aren't. You don't have to have a driver's license to drive a boat. They just go out there, and they don't pay attention to the tides, and they're like, well, I have a sailboat, and this is the marina, and I should be able to get in and out at any time I want. And they just don't know any better. A lot of them just don't know any better. And I'm concerned that we could be liable when we've rented them a slip in what's supposed to be 8-foot deep water at median tide or whatever it was when we rented it to them, and they've been paying slip fees all these years, and along comes opening day and they want to go out on their boat. And out they go. And then they come back in and, and somebody falls off and hits their head and dies. And whose fault is it? Would we be liable? I don't know. And Hal's not here to ask. But it is a safety issue when you have rented something to somebody under certain conditions, and then those, as a landlord, we didn't maintain those conditions. And even when there's an act of God or Mother Nature intervenes, like you've rented a house and then the roof comes down, it's still the landlord's responsibility. And it's kind of like this. And I think one of the reasons that we have to dredge so soon, it's not soon, it's 15 years, but we do have a lot of siltation in our area lately, the last 5 to 10 years, because of what we've done on the mountain. And it's put a lot of silt into the lagoon and a lot of silt out into the flow heading towards our own marina. And I have aerial photographs that show that from 2008 when we had a big rain year and we had the big problem with the Northeast Ridge. And we also have a lot of dirt coming off the dirt pile out at the Baylands. And that dirt, where does it go? It goes right into the water, right up the flow from our own marina. So, that's part of where the siltation is coming from. That's filling up our marina at probably a faster rate than what we had originally planned on, and certainly a faster rate than we were having during the first 10 to 20 years that we had the marina there. And so I really feel that regardless of whether we fix the docks first or we do whatever, but we should really put the money, like say we're going to do the dredging starting June 2014. And if we can fix the docks before or after or whatever, I'll leave that up to the experts. I understand Alan's point of view. Water can be an extremely destructive force. It's truly a force of nature. I understand Randy's point of view of fix it up and then they're responsible if they damage it. Some of the damage may be unseen because it'll be underwater. But I really feel that we have a responsibility. We made a covenant to rent these people slips and maintain a marina. And even in our own general plan here on the budget thing, it doesn't say and maintain, a safe depth. It talks about restrooms. That's important. It talks about safe docks. Those are important too. But, a safe dock, you can kind of see if you're going to, hopefully you'd see if you'd step through it. Our docks are more solid than that. But it's what's under the water that you can't see, and you expect there to be a certain depth. If you've rented a marine, and we have slips, we have big slips, they pay more money. They take more of a draft. Bringing in that paddle wheeler, stirred up a lot of silt. And what happens if the paddle wheeler runs aground and there's 200 people on it that get injured? Who's responsible? So we do have a responsibility to maintain a safe marina, and part of that's the depth of the water. And having almost been thrown off of a sailboat because we ran aground 20 some odd years ago, I understand the dangers involved and having your keel damaged and what's in the mud. So we'll do the right thing, I know.
All right, thank you.
A question for Randy. Randy, isn't there two different types of dredging, the traditional bucket type and then the vacuum suck?
Yes, sir, there is.
There is. Because last time we did this, it was traditional bucket.
Yeah, the clamshell approach, right?
Yeah, and that seems to be the more potentially damaging, I guess you could say, right, than the vacuum suck.
You know, I really can't comment on which would be more damaging, sir. I think we would probably not specify a method if we were doing that, and if the contractors wanted to propose the suction method, they would. I think normally where I've seen the suction method being used, it's when you're doing near-shore stuff and you're trying to eliminate the buildup of sand, and they're pumping it right onto the sand, whereas the clamshell one tends to be more the typical ones that you're doing around a marina, where they're going to pick it up, put it on the barge, and then bring it out to its disposal site.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the mayor?
You have a question? Please.
I'm not sure if it's a question. I agree with Randy that we need to get surveys regularly so we know what kind of siltation is happening, and we know what our dredging costs should be on the long term. And we don't have that information because it's been so long since we've done anything of that nature. And that's bad on us as a city for not looking at those things and keeping up on it. I think along with some of the siltation issues that have happened recently, there was the ferry service that was increased going over and building of that ferry terminal that probably disrupted our channel a lot. But I have to disagree a bit on it's only the large boats that have an issue. I've been out on 3 boats in the last 3 months, and every single one of them scraped coming in. And I will say that a couple of them have been larger boats, but not giant boats. So I think that it's an issue for all our boaters, unless they're in a kayak or a dinghy, which is what I happen to have. So I think we need to look at the big picture before we make a decision on what's the best way to move forward. I think we do need the data. I think we need to look at the funding, and if we can fund both and put that funding out over the next 10 years through bonds or through alternative funding, then I think that's the way to do it. It may be something we need to do in conjunction with each other, but I think we need to really look at a way to make the marina as a whole cohesive, both the docks, the water, and the safety issues. So I don't think it's our decision to make tonight on this, because I don't think we have enough information, but I know that both issues are issues that are important to all of our boaters and us as a city.
No, well said. No, you're right.
Okay. So, I think we can move on.
Mr. Mayor, could I get a clarification from the council? Stuart, maybe if you can just give me a moment. So we have been moving forward, I think, as you are aware, with the recruitment process for hiring employees to do the capital work on the docks. So if we're going to delay that, we're basically going to delay a season. This is not something we can come back to in 2 months and then be ready to ramp it up for this year, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think you're even going there, Terry. I mean, I think...
and that's why I want to get a clarification from the council on...
I didn't hear her say that, but we can find out from her.
Well,
directly.
If I could, I mean, because
why don't you let
the
her
last part...
explain what she meant, and because I think I was picking up that implication from what Terry just said.
No, well, I'm not sure what I want to get a clarification from the council
Terry clarify
on what you want to do.
Having heard the information that came forward when we were talking about doing the dock maintenance, some of the docks, if they aren't fixed, are going to sink into the ground and cost us a lot more. And I think that those critical docks need to be replaced. To do that, we need 2 peoples because they can't do it one at a time, and do it effectively. And I think that when we heard from Ted the last time, he talked about the fact that it would be a ramp up and only worked on during certain times of the year, because you can only do it at certain time of the year when the weather's favorable and the winds aren't blowing you all over the place. So that he felt that having additional maintenance workers would keep working on those docks and getting them stabilized, because they need to be stabilized, at least on dock 1, where we've got some real problems, and would also do the other deferred maintenance that's just stuff that needs to be done when you're working on the water. So no, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do some of the dock work, but I think that we should integrate the dredging into that system so that we can get it all done.
Yeah, just because you have one plan and you have one vision of going forward, and then it doesn't mean that things can't come up. And so now this dredging thing has come up, but we know that there's an issue with those docks, and we know that we were planning to phase in these guys into the Public Works Department. So, which Randy needs, guys, because they've been pretty thin too. So, we are going to do this study, and like you're saying, Terry, you need the data, and once we get that information, then we can make the proper decisions. You said that too, right? So.
Well, we're back to where we started at the point that we're going to get the data, and the subcommittee is going to look at it and then make some financial recommendations on whether to go to bond with this. I think we're there. We're in that direction. So at this point, to move forward with what we planned on with the docks, I think it's a prudent thing to do, to hire the workers and not shift gears right at this point. So once we get the data back from the bathymetric study and find out what that is, and then move from there.
Yeah.
Make the recommendation on, from the facility subcommittee. I guess, when was the last one done, Randy? Because I know we have been doing it.
Last bathymetric? The channel was 2009, and the marina may not have been done since the last dredging. The inside, though. The marina.
The last what?
Since the dredging.
Last dredging.
It's been
last
that long.
Dredging. Oh, okay.
It's been
That's
a long time
ago.
It really is.
Yeah, and so there probably is some things. I mean, it's been about 15 years. So, there was, I think the Wyndham Marina opened up in 1983, 1982. 83. So that was, 14 years. And there was a lot of siltation then. I remember coming in, at different times, and you'd be like, oh. I mean, you feel it. It didn't, I was never stopped. I've never been stopped, with, not to say that I couldn't, I mean, if you hit a sandbar or something, you're going to be stopped, but, you feel the vibration when you're scraping bottom, when you're doing it. So, certainly, sounds like all the feedback that we're getting, that, bathymetric's going to come up and show that, hey, this is our depth and we need to do something, and subcommittee will come back with a recommendation on how to fund it.
Yeah. And, and the thing about the damage that could occur to the docks, through the dredging thing, I think just, you guys getting that confirmation that, it does make sense to repair it first, and then put the responsibility on the contractor. And, I mean, and I think, for me, that was kind of just, I just needed to get clarification there. I mean, and so that sounds like the logical thing to do. So.
I think the really bad ones
So,
need to be
clear as silt?
Even clearer. Very clear.
Okay.
We already talked about the water and sewer. The next steps, as I talked about, is reviewing the funding options. Streets, we would do about $150,000 to $200,000 every year in annual pavement maintenance programs. We have money available through dedicated taxes such as gas tax and Measure A. And the next step is staff develops a list of streets based on the street index for council to review and approve. And this is an annual project that happens. Fire station rehabilitation.
Before you move on, I wanted to mention just one project to give some consideration to, which we talked about earlier, and that is the suggestion has been made that maybe we should look at paving an overflow parking lot at Mission Blue, since the construction equipment has been moving out of the place that's been considered. But that needs to be studied. And so I just wanted to bring that up as a part of the budget process. And, you know, that's a capital improvement, and how much is it going to cost. And I'm imagining that you just don't go in and pave it. You're going to have to look at drainage and all those kinds of things. So it's something that the Homeowners Association have been, you know, looking at to deal with the overflow parking problem. And I know that there's been some conversation about our considering that, but I think we need more information as to, you know, the feasibility and the cost and so forth.
So I think I'm being asked, sir, to come back with a cost estimate for that, not to include it as part of the streets maintenance program. Yes, sir. I'll take care of that.
And on the overflow parking and the possible paving of it, is it possible that it could be a gravel parking? Wouldn't that have less impacts for drainage, and since it is just not a full-time use parking lot, and maybe that's just something you could look at as a budget or as a cost?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. It'd certainly be a lower cost option.
Mm-hmm. Or more environmentally friendly kind of thing.
Definitely more environmentally friendly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so we have to look at all those options, and appreciate you're doing that.
And it seems like something we'd bring back to the facilities committee.
Right.
Fire station. Repairing roof leaks it would be about $200,000, and then remediate the mold in the fire station, and that number depends as we get more information as to how deep the mold is, how much we have to cut away, and all those kinds of issues. Determine the price. So the money currently available, we currently do have about $200,000 annually available from capital improvement business license tax. The next step would be to work with the facility subcommittee to determine what and how to do something and how to fund it. Parks and Recreation. The skateboard park is estimated to cost between $165,000 and $200,000. Money currently available. We have about $7,000 left over from the playground fundraising. We do have a $5,000 grant from the Tony Hawk Foundation, which we need to use within the next 2 years. We have about $1,000 from recent fundraisers. And then the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission was to close the teen center, use a portion of that funding for staffing up at Lippman, and potentially we're thinking now at the library, and then to use the other portion, about $20,000, for other types of programs and recreation activities for teens. And the Parks and Recreation Commission recommends that be used for the first phase of a skateboard park. So the next step would be to authorize staff to develop a design-build request for request for proposal to select skateboard building firm. The recommendation would then go through the Parks and Recreation Commission. Afterwards, it would be reviewed by the City Council Facility Committee before it came to the City Council. This is a process very similar to what we did with the playground equipment, where we had a company come in and do a design of a potential playground. We worked with the community, we worked with the Parks and Recreation Commission's Facility Committee to determine a final project. We then brought that to the Commission, we then brought that to the Facility Committee, and then back to the City Council with a plan for how we were going to fund it. So at this point in time, my understanding of these projects is we can do the design first with a company, and then at some point in the future, as we get the funding, then use that same firm to do the build. So it doesn't necessarily need to flow one right after the other. So you can do the design, let it sit for a little bit as we raise funds for the building of it.
May I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I know when we did the playground equipment that it was a large amount of money and we needed to do fundraising and grant writing, but it really does seem to be serving a large cross-section of the community and making a focal point of our community park. $200,000 is a lot of money for a skate park. How many of our residents, I see the basketball court being used late at night, we leave here, it's busy, and I mean, kids, adults, everyone, but boy, a skate park, that's a lot of money for a skate park. And how many, I mean, maybe if it's nice, more people would use it, but I'm just not sure, I mean, how this became a big priority. Was that coming from the Parks and Rec committee that felt it would be worth the...
So when the city council approved the playground, there was 2 other projects that were being discussed to be using for the Seton money. One was a skateboard park and one was a program being held up at the Littman School. What the city council at that point said was that the playground was the highest priority, the next priority was the skateboard park, and then the third priority was the Littman. So there are a number of members of our community who have been out trying to raise money for the skateboard park based on the perspective that that was the next priority that we would be looking to create recreational opportunities from a facility perspective within the community. So I think that's how we're moving down this path. Is, based on that council saying number 1 priority was the playground equipment, number 2 was the skateboard park, number 3 was the Littman program.
But it was my understanding that prioritization was in spending grant money, not necessarily prioritizing spending general fund money. So I would interpret whatever the council did at that time a little bit differently than you just stated it. I'm not sure that the council has really said, okay, we really want to have a skate park and we're willing to pay a lot of money out of general fund for it.
I think the community is trying to figure out how much money they can raise towards that $165,000.
But then, for me, I'm also skeptical of this as this really should be the high priority. And maybe it should, but I don't have a sense of how many people would use it. I have the same experience with as Terry. You walk by and you don't see it being used very often. Is that because the condition it's in, or is that because there just aren't that many people interested? I don't see an argument for it. There's no, okay, there's going to be so and so many people in such and such age ranges that are going to use it because, there's no argument. They just sort of presume that this is a good thing, and I don't know that that's true. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I don't feel comfortable saying, okay, this is what we want to do without a better argument for it. And then if we want to make it as something that people want to raise money for and people really are committed to it, then we should say, okay, there needs to be, 50-50 match or something like that. We need to have some kind of, we don't have any policy about it, and I think we should. And so I'm not adamantly opposed at all. I just don't think there's been a good enough argument for it yet, that's all. Especially the amount of money that we're talking about.
Rehash to rehash. Council changes, let's change everything, right?
Sure.
That's the way it rolls.
I don't know. I don't have experience with skate parks, so I know that they were very excited about it when they built the one that they did. It seems really dangerous. I was sort of surprised that they built it. I don't know what the shelf life is of a skate park. 2 years and it's outdated, or no fun anymore because it's not challenging. I don't have enough experience with this. It just seems that it's a lot of money for a smaller niche of people who could use it, who are physically able to, and and mentally want to use a skate park. It seems very niche-oriented compared to maintaining a ball field or having, other opportunities. But I just think that it's something we should look at before we make a conscious decision to say this is one of our priorities.
Well, maybe I can fill in a few of the blanks anyway, because I think when this first started, we were talking about doing a resurfacing, which was guesstimated $50,000. And, repairing anything that's necessarily broke. And you got one thing that goes like this that's made out of wood, and I think the other things are made out of steel, which they're in pretty good shape, just maybe need some paint or something like that. But the surface was the issue at the time. So I don't know how this has evolved, since then. I mean, certainly the cost has gone up. So, and I know people kind of said, let's go, towards the skate park next after the playground. And there seems to be a large community effort behind that, from what I understand and what I've seen. Just talking with people, even some of the fundraisers that have been going on. They've been.
I know people in the mob have talked about it as, their next project.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's community driven or the prior council driven or Parks and Rec driven.
I think it's community driven. It's not necessarily council driven. It's council, said, well, okay, we'll commit to the next project of that, because there was a lot of outreach at the time, for the competition for the funds. And the community park one, the playground, actually grew too in size and scope. And so I don't know where this figure actually comes from, but that might be on a comparison basis of going out to a professional firm. Remember, this skateboard park that we have right now was donated, I think, by Joel Diaz. And so maybe that part we could fill in on.
Right. I mean, this is an estimate based off of talking to 3 or 4 different skateboard park builders.
Yeah.
And to do a concrete surface with concrete elements.
Yeah. So it's reconfiguring the whole thing, getting rid of what's there and resurfacing. And then,
this is an issue that's been discussed at the Parks and Recreation Commission through a number of their teen services subcommittee, and then brought back to the full commission, and that's how this recommendation is before you tonight. There are members of the community who are participating in the teen services subcommittee. Not only are there members of MOB, but there are other community members as well.
Well, maybe for the sake of Terry and Ray, then seem to be like, where'd this come from, is to do a presentation on where we've been, where we're at, and where we want to go, basically.
Well, when we were dealing with the budget last year, we had a significant amount of money that was going towards the teen center, and we decided, okay, let's let the Park and Rec Commission come up with a recommendation how to improve the participation level of the teen center. And as you know, there was a couple of Park and Rec commissioners that really, the teen center was their baby. They wanted to keep it and make it better, and they went out and they did the research and realized that maybe that isn't the best use of our general fund money for teens. And there has been a pretty big, there's been a decent size interest from members of the community to put the money that's going towards the teens currently into this active recreation activity, which is the skateboard park. I mean, I'm not a skater. I wasn't that thrilled or interested in it either, but I was getting educated by the community.
You'll never catch me in it either.
and so, but I really like where you're coming from, Ray, in that, this should be like a joint effort. We put up something. If it's really going to be community driven, then the community needs to come up with part of the funds too. And so, I think it would be helpful to get to get some input from the community about it. And if this is going to be the next kind of park and rec thing that we do, like we did with the playground, then we need to really hear from the community and say, okay, yes, no, this is what we want to do, just like they did with the playground. Just like when Alan came before us today, and he was at the last meeting, and now we're talking about dredging, and these boaters come, and they you need that. You need that.
Oh no, I agree. I just, I would, and I'm sure that once this gets, if this is a project we want to do, that we'd find out what the shelf life is and how often it's going to need to be maintained, what the injury rate is, what's the liability on all these kind of things, and get a better idea, because it seems very niche to me.
Yes.
I mean, it's going after, I would assume a certain age group of kids that are interested in that kind of thing. I'm sure it crosses over.
There are some adults.
I'm sure there's some adults, but
yes.
I mean, it's, I've seen it on the X Games, and it looks really scary. I can't imagine.
Yeah, ask Joel. After he built it, he was the first one to go down it and broke his arm.
Yeah. Well, that's a recommendation for you. So I would hate to be putting this into our mindset of this is the direction we're going on something without knowing more. I'm not saying I
think the liability is actually pretty low. We went through this a number of years ago, on skateboard parks. The biggest thing is having people that use it wear their protective gear.
Right. I mean, what it is, it's properly signed and with the proper signage, and without having any staff person there. We don't have the liability that you would have if you had a staff person standing there.
The unofficial skate park that is somewhere else, that's where the adults tend to go, that I see the adults, and actually have seen parents with their kids who said, well, our kids don't want to have to wear the protective gear, so that's why we come here to do the skateboard. And they've made their own concrete jumps and ramps and all sorts of things.
I see them on YouTube all the time.
So, I mean, so I don't know if once it's made official, if it has the same thrill as unofficial has.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we could say, like, for the $20,000 that the Park and Rec Commission is proposing, it just goes into some kind of fund that may be used. But of course, I know we'll get to the teen center later, and we'll decide how we want to use those funds if that is the pleasure of the council.
Yeah, I think I would like more information before I said next step to authorize to develop a design and strategy for it. I just would like to know more before we went there.
Okay. I'll bring it back at a later date. The finance, we have the new financial system. Estimated cost is about $200,000. The money currently available is the same money that we said before, $200,000 annually available from capital improvement business license tax. The next step is to hire a consultant to do a citywide needs assessment. Approximate cost for this would be $30,000 in 2013, 2014. This is part of the budget. This is an item that was brought to the city council previously. We would work through the city's financial subcommittee and the technology subcommittee to develop the specifications on what the new system would be able to do and what the technology we would use for it. As a summary, As I've already said, we have the repair of the docks, $400,000 of funding would be the marina fees. The bathymetric survey would also come from marina fees. The water and sewer projects would come from the utility fund. The annual pavement maintenance program would come from dedicated street maintenance funds. The repairing of the roof leak would come from the business license tax. The remediation of the mold could also come from the business license capital tax. The skateboard park will put on hold, and the new financial system, we would probably also look towards the business license capital tax. And those are the capital projects.
Just real quick, because say nothing about the roof leaks, that's just more of a guesstimation because we don't know.
Correct.
Yet.
It's a placeholder.
Right, okay.
If I may, through the mayor, we still haven't sorted out what we're going to do with the Five-Star Cafe. We also had the teen center. I mean, so we had a little walkthrough on the Five-Star Cafe, and that's the first time I've ever been inside the building before. It's in pretty horrible shape. It really should be torn down, and something else should go there. What that is, of course, we don't know. We have the teen center that has some issues with it, and the longer that we postpone fixing those things, the worse it's going to be. And who knows? Maybe it's the way that it's constructed. We might not be able to really salvage that building. I'm not sure, but I'd like to get more information about it. I mean, if we're looking at perhaps trying to revitalize visitation, there might be some of these capital funding things for these two buildings that we own that might encourage or might enhance the opportunity to have better vibrancy along visitation. So I know we've talked about the library thing, and maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe we just stay with the library we have. But we do own this building, the Five-Star Cafe, and we own the land, and there could be potential opportunities for us to partner with Mid-Penn and then subsidize the commercial space, so that then we could get some things in those locations that maybe they're not there because financially the rent is too high or whatever, or the buildings aren't right for the existing stock. So just throwing that out there.
I mean, what you're looking at tonight is just the projects that were being recommended for this fiscal year. What we would anticipate is during the next fiscal year bringing you back a full list of capital projects and potential funding sources and timeframes.
Yeah. All right.
So let me just ask my colleagues, if we're looking at 5 of 11, we keep rolling along, or what?
I think we keep going. I'll move to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So back to Public Works.
Yep.
Trying to rearrange all my stuff here, sir. Well, we've already covered bullet item number 2, which is a good thing. Under bullet item number 1, the combination of us having unexpectedly lost a couple of employees and the new way in which we're presenting salaries here, which is actually it's a new old way. I think when I first got here 12 years ago, we were dividing staff up instead of being into each of their departments 100% that they primarily worked for, like myself, for instance. They were divided across the different departments they really work in. And so that's why now I think if you look at some of the departments, overall there's very, very little change in the total budget. But if you just highlight on some of the salary type items, you go, whoa, why did that one go down? And for instance, in 4001, I'm allocated out to the marina. I'm allocated out to NIPD's. The senior civil engineer is allocated out to Sierra Point Landscape and Lighting. The public works inspector is allocated out to NIPD's as well because he does the construction control inspection. And that's a lot of what happened as well in the landscape maintenance work. When the Buildings and Grounds team leader passed away last Thanksgiving, we took really what was at that point in time the last Buildings and Grounds maintenance worker that we had and put him into the position of team leader. We then took the person who was in 4009 Sierra Point Landscape and Lighting and had transferred him into the utility team to backfill a position out there. And then in this continuing shell game, if you will, recognizing that now our new team leader, who's working primarily out of the Buildings and Grounds Department 4003, is providing significant supervisory efforts to contractual work out at Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting. We put some of his time out there. That then left us with the Department 4005, Turf and Landscaping, which didn't have any bodies assigned to it anymore. We physically didn't have anybody left to fill that. So what we did was we took the salaries that had been in there and moved that into services and supplies, the majority of it, and that's how we're funding and that's how we're actually accomplishing our turf and landscape contracts throughout town right now. We've got 2 contractors that are working on monthly purchase orders with us. So and I'm sorry that seems confusing. I don't think it's just the hour. It's the reality of the way we move things around. It really did feel no matter how I tried to lay that out, it felt a little bit like we're a bit of a shell game, but it's really just our response to, I think, as you noted earlier, I think Councilmember Lentz noted that, Public Works has been down a little bit too. We're down from a high of 13.5 employees in the Operations and Maintenance Division to a total of 8. I really think that we can work this budget in the way we're doing it right now, and I certainly would like to try it. I think that my perspective is to try and take some of the people who were doers and to turn them into contract managers, to people who are overseeing contractors, and see if we can get satisfactory results from that. I think that gives us a little more flexibility. And I certainly believe that I can do that for a few years, assuming that we're going to be able to hire these 2 people to do capital work down at the marina. And then in 2 years, that'll be an opportunity to see where's the economy gone, where are our citizens' demands, where are the pieces of our infrastructure that need the most attention, and be able to create perhaps a different operations and maintenance model, but one that most efficiently and effectively really takes care of the needs that we're going to have then. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any detailed questions.
I had some. I had asked Stuart. Stuart and I had a conversation when it was a couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, when we first got the budget. But I was kind of curious. I know what the answer is now, so it's more of a rhetorical question. On page 83, we have like the maintenance, structures, improvements, and grounds, and then professional services. And that's 52,232. This is page 83. Mm-hmm. And we have like tree trimming and maintenance. And then down below we have visitation tree pruning, and I guess that's because it's 2 different visitation tree pruning is done through a contractor. I guess we use...
It's a specific contract. Well, it's because in this case it is a singular specific contract to take care of the ash trees that we have out there.
Okay. And then under 52,232, we have repairs to traffic signals and traffic control maintenance and materials. And why are those separated out like that? Is that because I know we contract with South San Francisco
Correct.
to do some of the work?
So South San Francisco, sir, would be doing the first one, and the traffic control maintenance and materials are basically everything else that's on a traffic signal. So if you've got street signs, stop signs, things that need to be replaced because they're not meeting the retroreflectivity standards.
Okay, and then down below under professional services, we have monthly traffic signal maintenance. So wouldn't that be tied in to one of those?
Yes. It's really just a question of where it makes the most sense to put it. I mean, one is going to be the regular monthly maintenance that's going on, and the other one is going to be things that are broken, so it's actual parts.
Was there a reason that went up
Was there a reason?
from 6,900 to 11,000?
Because we're doing more. We found that we're having to have them come out on a more regular basis than they were. At one point in time, we had tried to keep that down to a minimum, and we were doing certain signals only every other month, and we were finding that wasn't very satisfactory. One of the challenges we're having is with the TV system that controls the signals now. It's certain areas it's very susceptible to wind. There's also, on the odd occasion, if you happen to be driving through at Guadalupe Canyon and Mission Blue, where there are 3 canyons, at one point in time I was walking my dogs out there and I saw a crow sitting on each one. And I thought, well, that explains why the cameras are all off, because the crows are finding it to be a delightful perch to hang out on, but it's moving the cameras around. So we really need to get out to all the intersections every month to make sure that things are working as they need to be and the cameras are aligned the way they ought to be.
Mm. And then the question I have, Randy, is under Sierra Point and Landscape and Lighting District. This is page 104. And this is under utilities. It covers the costs of street lighting, electricity, and water. Are those, and I can't recall, are those LED lights out there? I know we did most of it.
They did. We replaced those as well. Sure, all the Cobra head ones were replaced.
Oh, okay. So this is just more of a placeholder, not a real cost, even though it might have been actual costs in the past, or what? Because it seems like it's just real flat across the board.
It does, and I'm trying to turn back quickly to see what we had actually paid before. Yeah, I did. Thank you. So it actually turns out we were trending pretty correctly there. I think what it's showing is for 11 and 12, we had paid $128,000.
52,244. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have.
Is that amount offset by the power and water and lighting district out at Sierra Point? So most of this is an offset cost and an allocation into that offset?
Stu, you want to take that?
All of this is paid for by the Sierra Point Lighting and Landscaping District, the entire budget.
Thank you.
Randy, compared to last year, taking all of the different parts of Public Works, so, how much of an increase from last year is there, or is it less than last year's budget?
Stu and I are both scratching our heads. I see Stu looking around on that as well.
Because
do you have a summary?
You move some things around, so I just, to me, I mean, what we allocated last year was fine. I'm fine with everything that's allocated this year, but I just, want to get kind of an understanding of.
So in general, let me try and respond to that. In general, the things that I can manage are really within the services and supplies section of the budget. I don't control the labor costs, right? Because labor salary is salary. What the benefits costs are the benefits costs. So I focus on services and supplies. The guidance that I received from the finance department, from the city manager, was to limit it to a 2% increase. So across the board, I generally did that. And when I say generally, the exceptions are that within the utility departments, 4020, 4025, and 4030, which is water, GVMID, and sewer, we found the need to accommodate that and to really reflect where money was actually being spent. We shifted money around in there. So if you try to look individually at 4020 and say, well, Randy, you misrepresented that, it didn't really only increase by 2%. It did when you look at the three of those in total. And the only place where we did not accommodate that as directed was out at the marina, where we found that the utility cost, the electricity cost, was actually $30,000 higher than what we had budgeted. So we put in a real cost to that, and so that shows a little bit higher. But generally, within the services and supplies section of the budget, we followed the guidance that was provided to us.
And at the marina, aren't those electricity costs refunded? Are some of those refunded by the, or offset by the tenants paying their own electricity, or is this the out-of-pocket or overhead costs of electricity?
So Stewart captures, go ahead, Stu. So Stewart captures revenue out there, and we capture, in what I'm showing in my budget, is the expenses.
Right. So yes, a portion is covered by the boaters, and a portion is for those utilities that are not, that are, more general. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I think the initial questions I have are really Stewart questions, and that has to do with the category of depreciation. I know that there's this amount that's shown for the marina, and I think I asked the question last year, and I was told that, well, we actually don't put that amount aside, but it's in the budget anyway. Something to that effect.
Correct.
And then there's depreciation in a lot of other of the sections of public works, water and sewer, et cetera. And so I guess my question is, are we actually putting money into a depreciation fund, or are we not?
We are now for the utility fund. Mm-hmm. We actually are beginning to fund our depreciation. We raised rates last year. If you remember when we came in with the rate increase, we were able to cover the entire budget plus set aside an additional $100,000. So we were covering depreciation. When you cover your entire cost, you cover depreciation plus the $100,000. That $100,000 was to offset the plus or minus $11 million of unfunded depreciation in the past. So we're going to take a long time to catch up, but if we keep it up, we'll catch up in the next century. But yeah, we are now funding depreciation. And then with the change that the City Council has made with the Parks and Recreation and the marina, it will be an interesting question. If we use $400,000 this year for the capital projects and out of current user fees, then we won't fund all of the depreciation, but we would be able to add a little bit. We'll have a little bit of a surplus, and that theoretically is the depreciation amount that we could put into the capital projects fund for other capital projects in the future. So we are beginning to fund depreciation with these kinds of changes.
On that note, looking under the marina budget, I see the depreciation, but looking under aquatics, I don't.
Correct. There is a change. So we only depreciate non-governmental fund accounts. It's a GASB rule that you need to fund. You need to show depreciation for those items which are not governmental. Non-governmental are the enterprise funds, those that act like businesses. So the marina is in business. It's a enterprise fund. The water and sewer is an enterprise fund. So those are both we have to show depreciation. For governmental funds, which is what the general fund is, we do not show depreciation. That's a requirement, and this is our accounting.
So you can't show depreciation on
correct
pool.
Correct.
Or on,
we used to.
Or on the
facilities.
Facilities.
Mission Blue.
Mission Blue.
Right. We used to. Last year we did. This year we're not. Well, the reason is because we moved it into the general fund. So as being part of the general fund, you don't have depreciation.
Okay.
Welcome to the wonderful rules of governmental finance.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Then I had another point about the movement toward the program budgeting, which we're just beginning now, and starting with recreation. There's a lot of essentially recreation expense that's in the public works budget. And if we were to actually get a more accurate accounting for what we're spending on recreation, we're going to have to do some more rearranging. Because there's a lot of turf and landscape maintenance and building maintenance and so forth that are really recreation facilities, recreation programs. So I'm not suggesting anything needs to be done, at this point for this budget, but that's something that's a part of sort of our long-term plan to get a better handle on, how much are we actually spending on particular programs, and the way it's sort of spread out here, it's kind of hard to get a handle on that. And another thing it's hard to get a handle on, as some of the questions have indicated, as which of these programs are actually paying for themselves and which are not. Presumably the enterprise funds are, but then there are other, like in recreation, that are paying for themselves and some that aren't. So we need to get a better handle on those kind of relationships. And we had this meeting with the Finance Committee, and we're hoping to develop a long-term plan for moving in that direction, in kind of a deliberative fashion, and one which is sensible for the staff, and hopefully it'll give the council better information about how these things go. I know Clark has been talking a long time about, if something's paying for itself, then, why would we, talk about not funding it? And so the way the budget is set up now, it's pretty hard to see those juxtapositions, and so we need to move in that direction. And Public Works is a pretty good example of how they're doing a lot of things for lots of other programs. And so, that needs to be identified for purposes of better understanding and eventually better decision making. So that's kind of a statement. Also, the whole way in which utilities are sort of divvied up is kind of interesting too, because it's all the same account, the same account number, utility, but that it's divvied up in all sorts of places, and that also is a question I'd like us to be thinking about, and whether this is the best way to go about whether it all should be in just one account, or we should have, one account with a number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, so it's pretty clear that this utility expenditure is in this particular area, rather than have one big utility fund that has the total amount in, which I don't know that we have that, because it looked to me, after looking at all the different amounts that are spent on utilities, it's one hell of a lot.
It is. We are actually the biggest user of water in the city.
Yeah.
So, yes. So, I'm just trying to understand, because the better I can understand it today, the better I can capture it beginning next fiscal year, and the better I can capture it next fiscal year, the better the information I could provide you with the 14-15 budget. So, in Parks and Recreation, which I'm hoping we will get through tonight, we have broken, you don't see any utilities anymore, because those are now become part of the facilities as we break out the cost of the facility. So you lose some information with that, because I could not tell you from this budget how much we're spending on water for Mission Blue, or how much we're spending for electricity for Mission Blue, because it's just part of the Mission Blue cost. So are you looking for that same kind of breakout by facility and by building cost, or are you looking for the breakout between electricity, water, and sewer, and gas? Those are two different kinds of questions, and I need to capture them differently.
Yeah, not the latter. I'm more interested in, so how much are we paying for, programmatic purposes, facility purposes, if Mission Blue is basically a recreation facility.
Correct.
So, what's the full cost of running that facility?
Okay.
Obviously, utilities are a big part of that.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
To try to get a handle on, so how much does it cost us to run this facility? How much do we get in revenue from renting it and so forth? So we can see comprehensively every particular operation that we're engaged in the full revenue expenditure picture. That's what I'm talking about.
We do have some guidelines on Appendix C,
Right.
So have the
We do have guidelines, yeah.
budget and fiscal policies that kind of.
Which are pretty good, as a matter of fact. Some of them need to be updated, but I thought that section was pretty good.
Yeah, and this actually comes from the 90s, so maybe that's something that the Finance Committee would.
It needs to be updated, yeah.
Right. Look at updating, and maybe incorporate those things, those questions that you're asking in those to where it becomes part of it. Does that sound like a direction to go, Stuart? Or?
Right. I mean, we had a meeting on the Finance Subcommittee today, and I think there's a number of issues that we want to look at when we're talking about next year's budget, and the kinds of information that we will be trying to discuss throughout this year, begin to make changes in 14-15, and you know, a lot of this is going to also depend on the finance system that we have available. I mean, right now, we could make the system work, but the amount of time it would take us to make it work, because it would not be automatically doing it. So the more information you try and capture, the more time it takes to capture it. I mean, that's just how it works. With different systems have different things. So the other question when you're talking about the policies is, I think the other policy that we need to probably work on is the fund balance policy. And also, when you're talking about bringing back program budgets, I think the Finance Subcommittee would like to spend more time discussing those kinds of issues with the individual departments, so I can bring back the right programs for Council to be looking at. So I think the Finance Subcommittee has their work cut out for them in this upcoming year, and then trying to figure out how does that relate to the 14-15 budget. And I think really where you're going to see more of what you want, closer to that 100%, is going to be your 15-16. Because as we talked about this year, the 13-14 with Parks and Recreation didn't quite get there all the way from what I'm hearing. But part of that is because we weren't capturing data in 12-13. So I can capture better data in 13-14 for Parks and Recreation to give you a better Parks and Recreation budget next year. But then as we discuss what you want to capture going forward into 14-15, I'll capture it in 14-15 and then be able to bring a better budget in 15-16. So I think that's the time frame that I'm looking at, and then in hopefully by 15-16, I don't think Betsy has left, so I think I will have a new computer system by then.
Okay. All right.
No. Got the auditors here.
She caught that one. Yeah. And I just have one other relatively minor thing on Public Works, and there's one section that I think was not really, it's obvious what it should be, but it wasn't really finished, and that's the Emergency Operations Center. If you look on page 3, there's a lot of empty categories there. So I think somehow or other that just didn't get completed. I'm sure you'll see there's no mission statement, there's no program description, and there's no real indication of what we're spending $26,000 on, and I don't think that'll take a big deal. You can probably give it to me orally, but I think it ought to be a little bit more in writing, too.
I agree. I agree, sir. Unfortunately, I've got an employee off on a medical disability leave, so I'm struggling a little bit with getting some of that administrative done. But it'll be tended to next year.
I have a comment.
Okay, please.
I mean, Randy, I just want to commend you and your department. You've probably gone through more physical changes than any department in the city as far as personnel-wise. And I think you've gone through it admirably. I mean, with all the people that have retired and, have left under their own accord and, and passed, that unexpectedly, so.
Right.
Well, thank you, sir. That's very kind. I'm really blessed to have a great group of people working for me, both people who live here in town who bring a certain amount of love for their community, and folks who don't live in town but who are still extremely dedicated and have all persevered over the years. So I'm happy that I'm in charge of this department. I've been pretty lucky.
Well, it doesn't go unappreciated. Even though maybe you don't get the kudos all the time. I know Clay gives them to you all the time.
It's a love fest every day, sir. I can guarantee it.
I can tell.
And then there's a list of 50 things to accomplish by the end of the week.
Yeah,
Right.
One of these days he's going to buy you a cup of coffee too.
Okay. Any other comments on Public Works? Okay. I think we all join with Clark. We're done.
Recreation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm back. I am wondering, just based on the time, if you want to do Parks and Recreation first, because Parks and Recreation is back on the agenda tonight. Because I think the administrative sections of my budget are maybe easier and quicker to deal with. And if you don't get to them tonight, my guess is getting to them next Monday night would probably be okay.
Okay.
So if we get through Parks and Recreation, we get to go home?
That is, it's really up to you. That would be my recommendation, so I can go to sleep tonight, as opposed to tomorrow morning. But that's up to you. I'm here. You've got me, as long as you want me.
Sounds like a Frank Sinatra song.
Yeah, well. Anyway, for Parks and Recreation, we talked about this a little bit last time. As I said, the big change is going through the budget and changing it from an account basis to a program basis for supplies and services. We did not change it for the personnel yet. The reason being, we did not capture the data on a personnel basis by program because that was not the direction that I had from the full council last year to do that. So this year I'm taking that direction. We're going to begin to capture our personnel by program. That will take us, obviously it will take us more time for our staff to write down, as well as more time for our staff to input. So there will be a more time-consuming process for us, but it will give the City Council better information as to what it costs for all of our different programs. And also, as I show you, we are capturing costs or revenues based on programs, so we will continue to do that. As I said last time, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended closing the Teen Center, shifting staff to the Littman after-school programs, and we are beginning to talk about the library as well. We had a conversation with the library recently that we might want to have one of our staff members be in the library, if that makes sense for us. The Parks and Recreation Commission also made the recommendation about the teen-oriented, using savings for teen-oriented activities such as the Zion Skateboard Park, but we've already covered that. So with that, I would be more than happy to take any questions when it comes to the Parks and Recreation budget. Because I don't think we got to that point last time.
Yeah. If I may, Mr. Mayor. So the savings from closing the teen center is
about $40,000.
$40,000. Okay, and so
in total, I mean, what the recommendation is to use about $20,000 of that for staff to be at Littman or at the library, as it best makes sense for the community.
All right, and then the other $20,000 putting in towards the skate park.
That would be the recommendation of the commission.
Okay.
If it's not used for that, it would just fall into it would just be a savings in the general fund.
Okay. All right. And then, you talked about not including utilities in the Park and Rec. Did you say something?
No. So if you turn to page, how about if we turn to page 9 in Parks and Recreation, which is our Parks and Facilities Operations. So in the past, I know I like having 2 page 9s in the document. It really helps me. In the past, if you look at line item 52244, you saw how much we spent in utilities.
Yes.
Now, what it is that when you look at the Mission Blue program cost or the Community Center program cost or any of those program costs, it includes the cost of utilities in those. So it shows what it costs us to run a facility, but it doesn't break out the cost by type of expense.
Okay. So
it's changing the kind. It's where your decision making is really going to happen, and I think the decision making isn't really on using electricity or using water. It's really on what does it cost us to run a facility. So the information when we break it out by service and supplies, I don't think really gives you that same kind of decision-making ability. And I think that's why the City Council asked me to break it out by programs this year.
Yeah.
And then next year, what would happen is if you look at the cost of salaries, that's actually all part-time. I think it's mostly part-time staff. So what you would see is most of the part-time staff would then actually fall down to Mission Blue and the community center, or where those part-time staff are working. So like when we have a program, when we open up Mission Blue, and we have an event at Mission Blue, we have a certain number of hours of our facility attendant who's there on staff. So that right now is captured up in the salaries line item and in all of the benefits line items. What will happen next year is I would then show those costs as part of the Mission Blue cost.
Mm-hmm. All right. So say, for example, something like...
Getting nods here, so I'm happy. I think I understand what you guys want.
All right. So like a yoga class.
Yes.
You know, I'm just trying to...
Now you're going to drive me crazy. Okay, so yoga is different because there's two different costs for yoga, and we're going to capture them differently, unfortunately. So I'm going to capture the costs for the yoga program, which is the yoga instructor, and any costs that we have associated with that program in my adult activities for yoga.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Unfortunately, you see, now the question, and this is going to, maybe we want to talk about this in the subcommittee, the cost of opening and closing the building and running Mission Blue is still captured in this one for Mission Blue. In order to give you better information on the yoga program, what we would then do is say, okay, we know we ran Mission Blue for 1,050 hours last year. Yoga was 20 hours of that. So yoga is X percent of the 1,050. So X percent of that we could allocate to yoga. I mean, we could do that kind, but you're not going to capture it in this budget. That would have to be another type of analysis for you.
Yes. I'm just, one of the things that Clark has brought up and you brought it up too in regards to, programs and services that pay for themselves. And, if you just looked at the instructor and maybe there might be some material involved, but say it was just something like everyone brings their own yoga mat and you just have the instructor and it costs.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm hearing this and I'm thinking, so let's say let's take yoga because it's a great example. This is why I'm hoping to get out by midnight tonight. So let's take yoga as an example. Mission Blue is going to be there no matter what.
There you go.
So do we try and capture the cost of Mission Blue in the yoga program, or do we capture it in Mission Blue? Now, the facility attendant who has to open and close Mission Blue for yoga, we could charge to the yoga program instead of charging it to Mission Blue.
Because they would stay at home.
Because they would stay at home without the class. Now, the question, I think, is that the person who opens and closes Mission Blue for yoga probably also opens and closes the community center for BDW and opens and and does 2 or 3 other things, puts up the signs at the same time.
We've allocated them for a block of time. One of the duties within that block of time is...
Right, now, and this is the reason...
So then if you do it like that, then it really doesn't seem like a cost because you would still be paying for them.
Oh, I'd have to pay them from the Open Up Community Center. I'd have to pay for them to do... And this is going to be ultimately the challenge of how fine, how granular the detail is that you want of this information, and how that's going to really help you make a better decision.
You hit it on the head. I mean, how important is it? I mean, how does it really help you to make that ultimate decision of, I'm going to put it in the budget?
Right.
I mean, that's what you want to get to in the end, right? Is just, yes, I think we should budget this because of certain reasons, and it is having that kind of information so necessary to make your decision.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, all it does is come down to, I think, when you're in a fiscal crisis on what programs maybe you're willing to cut, and that's really I think it is boiling down to as a useful tool, because we all know that Parks and Recreation will never, as a whole, make money. That's a general fund budget expenditure that the council decides as, this is an amenity that you want to offer to your community.
Mm-hmm.
For a long time, we didn't have that. And so when you find out what the cost of your programs are, and in here we have a policy on as a guideline that was developed back in the 90s. Like I said, probably need some upgrade.
Yeah.
When it comes down to how you want to define those policies in a fiscal crisis time, we're going to do this, do that. You know what I mean? It kind of makes it a little.
Sure. I mean, anytime like you're asking staff to dig down in the details, that's time. Time is money, and is that the proper allocation of the staff time?
Well, it comes back to that evolutionary thing.
To get you to where you feel you need to be in order to pass a budget that you can stand behind.
Right.
And so, and Ray and I, we had a meeting today, and we're kind of talking, through those issues, and Clay alluded to, I think, or maybe it was Stuart, that this isn't something we're going to do for this budget, and we might not be able to do it for the next one. But we're going to work hard to try and give you guys, the full council, hopefully a roadmap, of course with staff's support, to say, okay, yeah, these are the things that we should fund based on these reasons, and what the impacts are, to the community. So.
Right. And at the committee meeting today, the committee, when they were talking about what's the rationale for funding programs, I think there was an understanding that the rationale for funding police may have different rationales than funding parks and recreation programs. Mm-hmm. So what we ultimately may get to is that how we determine why we fund police programs may be different than the reasons why we fund parks and recreation programs. So I think that may be where we meld all these kinds of ideas that we've been working on over the last 2 or 3 years into some nicely knit program that we will be pretty unique in the country when we're all said and done.
Absolutely.
Which obviously will take more time, because if we're unique, there's not an off-the-shelf.
Well, it just gives you an idea of where your money's going, how it's doing, and you're making a conscious choice that this is what I'm spending it on. We know we're not making money on it, but this is a community value, that we want to give to our citizens, and that's really what it is, a breakout that we've never done before, and it's an evolutionary thing, which we discussed numerous times last year. Mm-hmm. And that was trying to ferret our way through the chart of what's just coming up with the 3 definitions. It's evolutionary. So I think we'll get there. I mean, if not this council, maybe a future council. Get there at some point if they keep on the same track.
I've got 15 more years in my career.
I had a question. Page 9.
Page 9? Yes.
Yeah. The one we're on, looking at. We got portable toilets at recreational facilities. Then we got portable toilet at Fisherman's Park, and then tennis court. In the tennis court, a portable toilet. Is that what we're talking about? There's not no maintenance we're doing up there, really.
Which page 9?
9. Page 9 on, it's under the heading of Parks and Recreation Facility Maintenance. 5002.
Okay.
I'm just...
The answer is kind of. I think the portable toilet for recreational facilities is the one you're thinking of. And I think the reason it's broken out the way it is because it's also used for the Lippman field. So it would be hard. I would be hard pressed to say what it's used for.
The tennis court is that one, right?
Well, it's also the Lippman field.
Right.
Yes.
It's the same one.
It's the same one. So I can put it in one or the other, or I could just leave it as its own.
So why are we paying more for that toilet than the one at Fisherman Park when they're the same size?
I could go find out. I have to go find out.
No, I'm just I'm just trying to figure that one out because I know we have the one, the BES restroom, but that's
gone.
That's a BSH.
The one at BES is gone.
No, it's there.
It's a permanent structure.
Permanently now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not what's listed as the modular business?
No, that's the one right above the tennis court at 943.
Yeah.
The modular is different. The modular building is what's on near the basketball court that we do our Parks and Recreation programs, after school and the camp programs out of. That's what the modular building is at BES.
Yeah. So it's just something that strikes me. I don't know.
Good question.
Yes.
That's the reason it makes more sense to break it out like this. Okay.
I'm sure you'll come up with an answer, but
I'm sure I'm going to end up saying we could lower one or need to raise the other, or one gets cleaned out more often than the other.
They're the same one.
The recreational facility and the
get cleaned as often.
They may not get cleaned as often.
Oh.
The one at the Fisherman's Park may not get cleaned as often as the one at the ball field.
That we're calling two, but it's actually one.
Portable toilets at recreational facility.
The one that has an S, as in multiple.
Portable toilet at recreational facilities is the same one as the tennis court.
Yes. But the tennis court is the cost of running the tennis court. The tennis court isn't including the portable facility at the tennis court.
Oh, okay.
So the tennis court includes the cost of electricity there.
Okay.
So I got two different portable toilets. One at Fisherman's.
Now that explains it. Because I was thinking tennis court is...
No, that's not the toilet. That's the electricity.
Okay. That's for the lights.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't know why the two toilets are different prices, so I can come up with an answer for that. And it might be one gets cleaned more often than the other. I don't know.
That's probably true, but...
So are you looking for an answer? For instance, the Parks and Recreation Commission made a number of recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
One of which being moving the after-school team program to the Lippman School.
Yes.
Do you want us to say that sounds like a good idea?
Yes, because I will. If that is the case, then as of July 1st, we will close down the teen center.
Okay. I think it's a good idea.
I do too.
Say it again.
The recommendation of the Parks and Rec Commission was to move the after-school teen program to Lippman.
Thought we said that last time.
Yeah, but I don't think we actually gave...
No, last time you told me that to have the Parks and Recreation Commission look into it.
Right.
And they did, and they made the recommendation finally.
Right. And so the question is, do we agree with that recommendation?
I thought we did that last time. I mean, because I said that was one that was near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, you did talk about it at the last budget meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that they had made that recommendation.
Oh, you're talking about last meeting that we had recreation on. I think it meant last fiscal year.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Last meeting that we've already...
It's getting past my bedtime. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're okay with that.
Okay, so then as of July 1st, the teen center will not be open.
All right. And then the other half of that money, the Park and Rec Commission had recommended going to some kind of skateboard park fund, but we're going to hold off on that and see what kind of
information.
So that
more information, get more public input to see what the pulse is from the community.
So basically what will happen is that will fall into just fund balance for right now in the general fund. So it'll reduce the deficit at the moment.
Okay, we could do that, or we could leave it in. Could we leave it in some kind of fund for teen activities?
We can budget it for.
I don't want to. I don't want to lose the money.
Well, you don't.
I mean, I know you don't. I mean, I know. I mean,
just keep it as a placeholder. You can always switch it.
Right, but I mean, but whenever you make that decision, it'll just be.
I know. Yeah, it's.
I mean,
I hear what you're saying.
Because I wouldn't know what program to put it in right now.
And the reason I mention it is that when we receive the money from the county, from the reimbursement from the housing, the RDA housing fund that we just gave the state, and then they gave to the county, and the county gave, and we got our allocation, and we just put it into the general fund. We didn't put it into housing.
Correct.
Right. Now, of course, we could do that if we chose to do that.
Correct.
And I think that would be good to put it in there, or at least have the discussion about it. Now, maybe you don't want to do it because you've already budgeted your thing. So
no, you've got $9 million in the city's general fund reserves.
Okay, so we could
whatever you want to do.
Right. So, but I want to make sure that we pursue something with that money, because I think that money should be spent on teens. If we could put it in there sometime this year, I'd like to do that.
I mean, I could do whatever, it's one of these things, I could do whatever you want me to do. I can create a program that just says other teen programs and put $20,000 into other teen programs as a placeholder.
Why don't we just
That's
leave it?
perfectly fine with, I mean.
Why don't we just leave it there and then go ahead
Okay.
and get the information?
Can you take that note
Put it
from
in
me,
the
Leslie?
placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be good.
So I'll just create another program. So next week when I come back with the whole budget, that whole list of corrections that I told you, that I said I was going to be Exhibit A. On that Exhibit A will also be the $300 for the open space council, the area council, and then there'll be $20,000. Then the teen center is going to drop in. At teen center is going to come out. Some of the personnel numbers, I'm going to say we're going to change some of the personnel numbers, and that we will create a placeholder, other teen programs, $20,000. And it'll be kind of all magically happen when the final budget is done. But that's the direction I'm hearing.
And I have one question. If you were to take your whole Parks and Recreation budget and allow for the difference in accounting and strip out the marina, what kind of budget increase or decrease are you from last year?
I have not budgeted any increases from last year. So everything would just be about personnel, and personnel costs this year versus last year are slightly down because of the contract.
Great, thank you.
I said that, now I'll verify that and bring that back to you.
I was asking for an off-the-cuff.
Yeah, I know the answer is none of my staff budgeted for new things other than the $9,000 infield mix that we talked about at the very beginning.
Right.
That's a new item. Other than that, no one asked. There are no new items in my budget. There are no new costs in the budget. The only thing is personnel costs are slightly down from last year because we have the contract this year.
Great, thank you.
So, and also, you had talked last time about looking into ways that we might save a little on the swimming pool deficit.
Yes.
And I assume that that's something that will be investigated?
Yes. So what I would probably recommend, and I'm going to run it through the Parks and Recreation Commission, is that we would close the pool in the evenings in December and January. We will save some money from not having our lifeguards there, and we will save a little bit of money by being able to keep the cover on the pool. We've actually looked, somebody else has done the analysis as to how long, if you keep the pool covered, how much energy does it save. So based on, we can make an estimate on that. We're not talking tens of thousands of dollars, but there will be a few $1,000s, and in reality, there are less than 10 people use it on a daily basis. So, we're basically keeping the pool open for 2 hours for 10 people. I'll bet you all of them are monthly pass holders that they would probably need to change their time if they were going to swim. But we're talking about a loss during that time period. Minimum, few people, minimum impact. And, it's the right thing to do because we save the money on the electricity for the lights, we save the money on the pool heating, and we save the money on the lifeguards.
Potential loss of revenue from 9 of those people.
From 9 of the 10.
There is that potential.
I'm not including you in that.
No, I will swim at my lunch hour. So, are there any other questions on Parks and Recreation? Because I know it's the way we're doing is brand new, and I know that.
No, it's
And as I said, I think next year we will get closer to what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Do you want me to press on?
Game to continue?
No.
No?
No, let's do mayor council matters now. And you'll finish up the rest of it at the meeting next Monday, is that?
Right, I will finish it up next Monday. So what I will do next Monday is if we can do this early in the meeting, just go through this. So if you have any changes, I can redraft Exhibit A of the budget resolution for you. So what you need to do is you need to adopt Exhibit A as part of the resolution to explain what all the changes are from this document to the final document.
So we're not having a meeting on the 24th?
Not scheduled.
It's not scheduled.
Okay.
We were trying to get this all done within your normal meeting schedule because not only do you have your normal meeting schedule, but I know there's other, the draft EIR will be out tomorrow morning. So there's other meetings I know people are going to be going to for the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
So it's just going to be a very busy time because you have the consultant coming in to explain the EIR to everybody.
Lloyd Zola.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have just one observation in terms of how things are set up, and I know you winced when I said this earlier today, but that is the debt service section of the budget. As I read it, it's still a consolidated debt service. It doesn't separate out the successor agency debt from the rest of the debt.
I will. That will be one of the changes that we will explain in Exhibit A, and it will be changed for the final. I agree with you.
Okay. Mayor, council matters. The first is the Complete Street Safety Committee. We now have 7 applications, and we have 7 spots. So the easiest thing to do is say...
Sign them all up.
Sign them all up, right.
Motion to approve all 7 to appoint them.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was easy.
Tell them thank you. I mean, we got to...
Oh, yeah, that's great. We'll send them a nice letter. And
I think the mayor should probably show up at least the first meeting.
The first meeting, yeah, I agree with that.
Do an intro and...
Okay. Absolutely. Planning on that.
Meet and greet. Maybe the whole council, I don't know.
Well, see.
When's the first meeting?
Well, they haven't set it up yet, so.
What do you mean? What's going on? It's 11:46. We just passed this 20 seconds ago.
We had 45 seconds to get the meeting set up.
Yeah.
We'll be doing that soon.
Okay.
So the next item is the Council of Cities, and this is on the agenda because there's a couple of important appointments, 2 to ABAG and 1 to LAFCO. And maybe and there's still time to submit an interest in any of those positions. And from my point of view, the one from the vested interest of Brisbane might actually be LAFCO rather than ABAG because of various kinds of issues of special districts related to the Baylands. So if anybody is interested in serving on LAFCO, I would urge that they consider it. And I also, myself will not be able to go to that meeting, so I asked the Mayor Pro Tem if he could represent us. And he, I think, agreed to do so. And so if we have any further comments on this, I think it's still timely next time. But I wanted to bring up the issue of, considering running for one or more of those positions with you all. To think about it.
Terry, are you interested in the?
Let her think about it.
No, I mean I'm just saying because I agree they are important. And Cliff, I know you were interested in doing some more stuff outside of the city, and
Yeah. I'm a little overwhelmed right now with work and, just the stuff that I'm doing right now. So, yeah, I wouldn't be sure.
And I tend to agree with I agree with both of you that it's important, and
that you're
I agree with
overwhelmed?
him that you're a bit overwhelmed, and I would have to agree with that as far as my commitments outside of the city.
Yeah.
So, thank you all for hanging in there for a very long evening. And thanks to all the department heads and particularly the finance department for putting together all this information on the budget that we need to make the wise decisions for the community. And we appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. And next week, I presume we'll pass the darn thing. So, thank you very much, and I guess we are adjourned.
We are adjourned.
Sounds good. Instead of the gavel, you got to get that was easy button.
Yeah, right.